to leave a little room for loneliness. For things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with what you do and how you're doing it.
You gotta be careful.
If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. That's going on. Staying alive, trying to survive. That is how it is today. So as you go along your way, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Where you go when you're walking. What you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Grenada. World, good morning. Caribbean. How you guys doing? I'm okay. Are you okay? Some people say they're blessed and highly favored. I'm okay. Okay, let us pray. Dear gracious Father in heaven, as we come before your mighty throne this morning, we thank you for everything that you've given to us. We thank you for life. We thank you for the lives of all those who are here with us today. Bless us, O Father, in a very special way. To those who are not doing too well this morning, we ask and we beseech you to please watch over them in a very special way. The drivers of the buses and the cars and the trucks and the riders of the bikes, we ask you to guide their hands and feet, Father, so that they will be able to return home in peace and safety. The farmers of the nation, we bring blessings upon them, Father. The fishermen, the lawyers and the doctors, the nurses. To every single sector of this nation, Father, we ask you to pour tremendous blessings upon them. Father in heaven, for those who do not have, we ask you to fill their cups today and always. All this we ask in your precious name. Amen. Good morning.
Careful.
Be careful now.
Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful.
So what's Gibbs? Jeremy.
You gotta be careful.
Christopher. Morning to you, sir. How are you doing? Maxine Belfort, Chunky McIntyre. Jen, how you doing? Carol Belfort, Baby Daddy, good morning to you. Cicely Celestine, good morning.
I say we have to prepare.
So what gives
Meet the challenges of life
Clive Raymond,
without fear.
Anne Marie,
Greed and jealousy,
Deborah Laborde,
hatred and envy. Man, you have to move
Adrian Watts.
in that you
As you pop along in the morning time, we say blessings to each and every one of you.
careful.
It's only Friday, 27th day after, or the 27th day of Christmas, or the 27th day of December. What's wrong with you, Andre? You had too much to drink around.
Direction you go,
So what gives?
you gotta be careful.
Barbara Henry, season's greetings to you.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Live a man I live. Live a woman I live too.
In your search for happiness, you gotta leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise.
We're gonna take a commercial break, friends. When we come back, we got more to talk to you about.
So fast pay, a new and easy way to pay. So fast pay, so fast pay.
You asked for it and you got it. A quicker way to pay your bills online. It's fast, secure, and easy to use. No registration, no additional fees. Flow is now offering FastPay, an online service that allows you to settle your bills in less than 2 minutes. Need a receipt? FastPay will send it to your email immediately. Use FastPay now for convenience, safety, and efficiency at discoverflow.co/fastpay.
So fast pay, 2 minutes and you're on your way. So fast pay, so fast pay.
Flow is keeping you connected.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Most people would love to have a winning smile, but it costs to do so. It takes some effort on your part. Practice good oral hygiene by brushing after meals with a soft or medium toothbrush. Floss daily. Visit your dentist at least twice a year. Avoid sweet, sugary snacks. Eat healthy foods. Then you can say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
I'm back and I got all the chicken for the barbecue.
Excellent Farms chicken. Look how fresh and clean.
Yes, And check the label. No steroids, hormones, or preservatives. And it's 100% local.
What? No chemicals? So you mean Excellent Farms chicken is safe, nutritious, and natural with farm-to-table freshness?
Exactly. Finally, we could enjoy quality poultry. And you should see how state-of-the-art and sanitized the farm is. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
You serious? And like they have everything from whole chicken to liver, gizzard, feet, and more?
Correct. Now you hurry and start the seasoning up.
Excellent Farms, my safe and healthy choice. For wholesale and retail inquiries, call 444-3303.
Wait, I cooking all this chicken?
Missing. Flo has got you covered.
The Center. It's Christmas, the time for sharing and making others happy. Come into the Center and be pleased with all we have to offer. All the drinks you can think of at prices that are unbelievable. Choose from our stock of top quality, hams at rock bottom prices, and a wide range of grocery items and prices that are lower than low. Located in the town of St. Patrick's, the Center where early morning and late night shopping is available every day of the week only at the Center. Personalized shopping just got better, so give us a stop at the Center and see for yourself. The Center is just the Center, and that's what it is. Remember, for the holidays, we will be serving you as we do normally.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful.
Gotta be careful, whatever it is. Good morning. Hello?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I got a missed call from that number.
Oh, hold the line.
What you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. When you're moving, which direction you're going, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Step inside, immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Is it normal for your gums to bleed when you brush your teeth? No, the health of the teeth cannot be separated from the health of the gums. When plaque is allowed to collect around the teeth and gums, the acid produced by the bacteria within the plaque irritates the gum and bone around the teeth. When plaque is not removed with a toothbrush and dental floss, it may be hardened and become calculus or tartar. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your Daily Dental Health Tip. Your Daily Dental Health Tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
Missing. Flow has got you covered.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Santa Claus is coming to Grenada.
Giving your home an upgrade this season? Elevate your space by being more water efficient. Check all water fixtures and appliances for leaks and make the necessary repairs. Leaky pipes could cost you. Use rainwater for cleaning in and around your home. Install water-efficient devices like faucet aerators, low-flow shower heads, high-efficiency toilets, and remember the high-efficiency washing machines. Visit G-Cruise 473 on Facebook, Instagram, and X for more tips. The G-Cruise Project wishes you a water-saving Christmas and a happy, healthy New Year.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, both of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare.
Today's a fine day. Yeah, today's a Friday. It's a fine day. I want to have some fun today. I really and truly want to have some fun today. Season's greetings to you, Ann Andrews. Good morning. How you doing, Betty? Salam. Jerome Kenneth Lewis and Errol Bonaparte. Good morning. And Sunday, my friends, I've just been informed that Sunday is the celebration for the life and for the birth of baby daddy. Good morning to you, baby daddy. Happy birthday when that day comes around. Sunday will be your big day. So friends, yeah, you can hit up the likes and you can send a message wishing baby daddy birthday greetings in advance. This morning, I want this morning to be really special. Yeah. I want this morning to really and truly be something special. It is a Friday morning. Usually we have the extension, and it's entitled the extension for this Friday morning. But it is going to be what you want it to be. Nothing else. It is going to be what you want it to be. It can't be anything else. That is how I want it to be this Friday. All right?
You gotta be careful.
So let's see if we can find the weather, and then we come back and chat.
You gotta be careful. With what you do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
It's real. It's 91. Cassia Johnson, good morning.
Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. Here is the weather for today, Friday, 27th December 2024. Currently at the airport, conditions are partly cloudy with adjacent showers. Winds are from the east at 15 miles per hour. Pressure 12.7 millibars, which is below normal and rising. Present temperature 24.6 degrees Celsius, relative humidity 90%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 30.2 degrees Celsius. Minimum temperature last night, 24.7 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, there was only a trace of rainfall at the airport, hence the total for the month remains at 101.3 millimeters. Looking at the public forecast, valid for today and tonight, the weather is expected to be generally fair with few brief isolated showers during partly cloudy spells. Today's maximum temperature, 30.5 degrees Celsius. Winds east-northeasterly to easterly at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Seas slight to moderate, waves 3 to 5 feet in open waters. Tides are currently rising and will be high at 12:30 p.m., low at 8 p.m. Sunset today, 5:51, sunrise tomorrow, 6:26. Again, the weather is expected to be generally fair with few brief isolated showers during partly cloudy spells. From the Met Office, I am Cassia Johnson.
Thank you very much, Cassia. Have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, bye-bye. Cassia Johnson from the Met Office at the Morris Bishop International Airport. Come on in Grenada. I like this song, I'm Alone in the Wilderness. Have you ever heard that song before? No, commercial. No, not you yet. What's wrong with you? I'm talking about that song you want to do, son. Jump and thing. No. Behave yourself. Oh, there's somebody. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, Drums. How you doing?
I'm good.
Talk to me, dear.
Although Christmas is still on the 6th of the next month in the year, in the new year. So, have a Merry Christmas. I'm sorry to give you now, but can.
Thank you.
I used the station this morning because I lost it, because I don't know how it happened, but I'm searching until I get it, and I say I must call you and tell you, give you the special greetings today. Yeah.
How you could lose the station? What happened to you?
I don't know. They go sure and change the station, man.
Yeah, what? Put them out.
Yeah, And as such I say, and listen to hear your voice, I can be feeling good for the day. I have to hear your voice.
Okay, that's I feel really good about that. Thank you very
Yes.
much. Nice hearing your voice too.
Let me just read a short something for you.
Thank you very much.
Read from the word of God, Psalm 91 word. I won't say read everything, but it's short. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snares of the foe, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings thou shalt His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flitteth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. This is the end of the scripture.
And thank you so very much, my dear.
Yeah, and you have a wonderful day. And I don't know what to say. This station is a lovely and caring station to everyone.
Thank you very much, Drumsticks. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yes.
And we will continue to try to do what people expect us to do.
Yes.
Have you seen my sister?
Oh no, since I didn't see her for the Christmas Eve. I didn't saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. When you see her, say hello for me.
I will. And you have a lovely day.
All right, my dear. Take care. All right, good. Yeah. So we've gotten the weather out of the way. We've gotten drumsticks out of the way also. You can't get me out of the way. I'm gonna be here for a couple of minutes. You bet your bottom dollar on that one. I'm gonna be here for a minute. Now, so what was it like? How did you spend your holidays? How did you spend it? Was it what you expected it to, you expected it to be? Did you think that it should have been? Do you think it should have been better? What gives? I'm waiting on you. You need to tell me. Yeah. I'm waiting on you. Tell me. What do you think? Tell me what you think. I really would love to know. What do you think it was like? Bay Sky, good morning to you. How are you doing? What do you think it was like? Your Christmas? Did you get to do what you wanted to? Did you have enough to eat? Yeah? I want to hear. What, you had too much to eat and too much to drink that you can't just seem to bring it together at this particular point in time? A couple of people messaging me and asked me, oh, where's the Igwe? I refuse to answer that question on grounds that my answer may need to incriminating myself. I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that that answer may lead to me incriminating myself. And I don't want to incriminate myself. Okay, there's somebody online. Let's see who it is. Good morning. Hello?
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Hello? Okay, good. Well, my Christmas was quiet. That is how I wanted was to spend it. Spend quiet, peace. And I was just contented with what I had, what I consumed. what I eat, what I drink. Yeah, and I just had enough, and it was just peaceful. Although I don't really believe Christmas, the birth of Christ, and all this thing, but I still rather Christmas than Carnival. But I spend it quiet and peaceful. Yeah, and I just want to say happy advance birthday greetings to two person, baby daddy. I don't know you, but I understand Sunday is your birthday, and may you live to see many more. And to my mom, advance birthday greetings to her on Sunday as well. And mom, may you live to see many more. Yes, and I just want to say season's greetings to our new political leader, Mrs. Pierre. I hope your holiday is going good and everything like that. Dr. Mitchell, our former political leader, I just want to say thank you for the service you have given to us over the years, the sacrifice and the development to our country, and to different individuals who you develop, who you help in the process. And even though some who you must have helped, they turn around and they despise you, they ridicule you, they say all sorts of evil against you, but still, you still continue to do in the developing of the life of people. So for that, I want to say thank you, and I'm very ever grateful to have a political leader like you for the past over 30 something years, and Prime Minister for 23 years. I cannot thank you enough for that, sir. Thank you. And happy holidays to each and every one of us on this station. And to you, Andre, I must commend you this morning for your short prayer, your spicy prayer, well to the point, and everything. Yeah, I just want to commend you on that.
Thank you.
Have a blessed day, Andre.
You too. One love.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Yeah. I'm waiting. Yeah, still waiting on the calls. You carrying the program this morning, not me. That was caller number 1. I'm waiting on caller number 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and the likes. Who's it gonna be? One of the things that, let me just raise something here, and this one is being raised as it relates to people and work. As it relates to people and work. Especially in the Caribbean. And especially in Grenada. Especially in Grenada. Whenever there is a festive occasion, people don't like to work. People don't like to work whenever there's a festive occasion. They don't want to work the day before the festivity, the day of the festivity, and the day after the festivity. And I'm speaking here in a Grenadian context. However, when they travel, they work in the day before the festivity, they work in the day of the festivity, they work in the day after the festivity, and if there is a day between all those 3 days, they're working on those days also. And they reach into work on time. And I say it is because things are made too easy for people. Serious, straight up. Things are made too easy for people. Because they know if they don't go to work for 2-3 days, on the 4th day they go back to work. And it's business as usual. And if you tell them that there is no job, they go to the union. And they go to the Ministry of Labor. And the Ministry of Labor comes to your throat and the union comes to your throat. Yeah. That's how the thing happens. Because the union and the Ministry of Labor and all sorts of agencies are on their side. And the business, nobody's on the side of the business. The business still has to spend money to get a lawyer to fight its case against you who did not go to work. And that's how messed up it is. Especially here in Grenada. And I speak to Grenada because I've experienced it time and time and time and time again. I've had to work for so many Christmases. One time, and I say this to anybody who I work with, that hey, when it comes to my birthday, please, no. Agnes was kicking and screaming for too long on that particular day for me to go to work. So based on that, no. I say, hey, no. If it's one day I'm going to call out, it will be my birthday. And it's not because I want to party. It's because I just want to chill. Because Agnes was in a lot of pain when she was bringing this creature into this world. That's how I see it. Other than that, activities like such, like Christmas, like Carnival, like Corpus Christi, like Easter, does not prevent me from working. And it is high time. It is high time us as elders put that into the minds of our young people. Otherwise, we have nothing, or we will have nothing as a nation. Because the garbage continues to happen year after year after year. And I know that one of the things, probably the biggest reason for this is because this country is underpopulated. So you don't have enough people who are skilled in a particular area to take over when you drop the ball. Because if you're a driver and you drop the ball, you can't go to work today, and you go to work tomorrow, and your boss says, hey, sorry, somebody's got your job. There's a driver that got your job. That one needed the job more than you needed it. That's how I believe the thing should happen. But it doesn't happen that way because we're underpopulated, and in relation to working population, we are way under. That's why I thought the Prime Minister was going to bring more Haitians in here, or allow Haitians to come in here. Increase the workforce. You're working with a man on a farm, and he's expecting to do certain things today or the day after a holiday, and he expects you to come to work, but no, you had too much to drink the day before the holiday. So you can't make it to come to work. And his production is done, but he still has to find the money to pay you. Damn. That is some SHIT. Do you understand? We need to do so and change our psyche. A new day, a new year is what? A couple of days away. Let me check and see. 27 is today. So we have one day tomorrow. Then we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. It's a new year. Can you find it in yourself to change for this new year? And to realize that you need to be positive and treat your work as such? Come on. The people still have to find the money to pay you. And because you know they quote unquote can't do without you, then you practice garbage like that. How could you? Why should you? Why should you? There's no reason why you should. But of course, guess what? Hey, I don't bother him, man. That business. Walk his mind then. Walk down there, you ever see walk there in hospital? That's what you're all saying, you know. That is what you're saying. Work is not mine. He had making all the money, she had making all the money, you know. That is what you're saying. But the same money that he or she is making has to go to pay you. You believe that, hey, the business is making millions. You don't know. You don't know the sacrifices that that individual is going through, the amount of sacrifices that that individual is making so as to ensure that you can put bread on the table of your family. You don't know that. But you don't care. What do you care about? The same rum, the same beer, the same wine, the same ham, and everything else that you had over the holidays, you got it as a result of that same place where you worked. They paid you. And that's why you are able to provide such. You understand? That's why you are able to provide such for your family. But on the day when you're supposed to turn out to work, for that same person to make more money to pay you, you ain't bothering. Why? Because you're drunk. Yeah. Because you're drunk. Hangovers. And that's cool. And your thing is like, boy, beat the rum. As if you could kill the rum. Boy, I murdered them beers and them last night. As if you could kill the beers. Boy, I eat vomit. What happened? The extra came back up. That's what it is. The body couldn't take it, so it sent it back out. Moderation. That should be the word. Moderation. That should be the word. But no. You don't care. It is your thing to go on and on and on and on. That's how it is. So, to the persons who are privately messaging me, a number of people are privately messaging me and ask me, where's Igwe? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Bob Marley said it this way: every man got a right to decide his own destiny. Do you understand? It's Bob Marley who said that. Was it Bob Marley? I think, you know. I think it was Bob Marley. It wasn't no one else but Bob. every man has a right to decide his own destiny, and in his judgment, may no partiality. All right? 91.9, 91.5, www.therealfmgrenada.com. Good morning, Grenada. Good morning, Caribbean. Good morning to the WORLD. It is indeed a joy to be with you for yet another day. And I tell you what, together, it's 10 minutes to the 8 o'clock hour? We can have some fun. We can have some real fun today. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to have some fun today.
It's officially back, guys. The Christmas party that goes down on a Christmas night, December.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering.
Hello.
Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk-behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Limit sugary and acidic foods. Sugar is used by the bacteria in your mouth to produce acid, which can erode the enamel of your teeth, causing cavities. Acidic foods and drinks, such as sodas, can also erode the enamel. Limit snacking to meal times and always be mindful of the amount you're eating for overall good health. Water is the best beverage for overall health, including oral health. Drinking water after every meal can help wash out some of the negative effects of sticky and acidic foods in between brushing. Mouthwash can also be used after eating if unable to brush. Brushing should not be done directly after eating. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
The Center. It's Christmas, the time for sharing and making others happy. Come into the Center and be pleased with all we have to offer. All the drinks you can think of at prices that are unbelievable. Choose from our stock of top quality, hams at rock bottom prices, and a wide range of grocery items and prices that are lower than low. Located in the town of St. Patrick's, the Center where early morning and late night shopping is available every day of the week only at the Center. Personalized shopping just got better, so give us a stop at the Center and see for yourself. The Center is just the Center, and that's what it is. Remember, for the holidays, we will be serving you as we do normally.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Brushing at least twice a day with toothpaste that has fluoride, which helps make your teeth strong, is a great start. The most important time of day to brush is at night before bed. Brush in a circular motion and take your time. You should brush for 2 minutes. Do not neglect your tongue. Flossing every day helps get rid of tiny bits of food stuck between your teeth where the toothbrush can't reach. And don't forget to visit the dentist for checkups. They can catch any problem early and help keep your teeth healthy. Follow these easy steps to keep your teeth cavity free. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Getting ready for guests this season? Be a champion with these 5 water-saving tips for the kitchen. Thaw frozen hams in the fridge. Use the right size pots for cooking. Rinse fruits and vegetables in a bowl. And Santa says you get bonus points for reusing that water to feed your kitchen garden. Wash dishes in a basin of water. And add a faucet aerator to your kitchen sink. Visit G-Cruise 473 on Facebook, Instagram, and X for more tips. The G-Cruise Project wishes you a water-saving Christmas and a happy, healthy New Year.
You gotta be careful.
I'm back.
You gotta be careful.
Don't forget, friends.
Where you go when you're walking.
Sunday.
What you say when you.
It's a big day for baby daddy.
You gotta be careful.
His birthday. You know what? I might just do something. Come in here just to wish baby daddy happy birthday and then go back home on Sunday. Yeah, that might be something. You never know. That's Andre. He does strange and stupid things sometimes. No, but seriously, what we have to, and we honestly have to do some work on. Yeah, we have to work on it. The work ethics of Canadians. Imagine going into, say, births and deaths this morning. Today's not a holiday. But the person who has to sign that birth certificate or death certificate can't make it in today. Why? They just can't make it in today. So you left St. Patrick, or you left St. Andrew or St. Mark, and even if you left Darbo and you went to the ministerial complex, and that was to get that birth certificate, no, you can't get it. And the reason why you can't get it is because that person is not in today, just to sign. And you were told to collect it today. But of course, the festive season, the person is not in today. But I tell you what, and I kid you not, you go by any one of the car companies that's selling cars, and yet the person who is supposed to sell cars, they're there. They're there. The mechanics, they can't play the fool. They are there. Yeah. People don't do that in the private sector easily. Not easily. But in government, oh my God. If you see the PS today, you're lucky. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. If you see the PS today, you're lucky. Very lucky at that. We need to change that attitude. Somebody saying, baby daddy said, Andre, that is Grenadians. Yesterday, everybody was back to work. Yeah. Yesterday, in the United States of America, in Canada, in England, everybody back to work. There's some who didn't even get Christmas Day at home. They had to work. Yvonne Roberts, good morning to you. What is our problem? Lucy Andrews says, good morning, Andre, Igwe, and the rest of the Eastern, the Real FM family. Thank you, Lucy Andrew. What is wrong with us? I have always asked this question. What is wrong with us? Why is it that we can't do the correct thing? Why? Master Carl, Gemma Warwood says good morning to you. And compliments for the season. What's wrong with us? We expect all the benefits, but we don't work to bring benefits to the company. We work to pull the company down. And then we both say, oh, well, you know, I love my work. Love your work, blood fire. Oh, did I say a bad word? I nearly did. And I believe I wanted to, honestly. Honestly, I believe I wanted to. Because it's just not nice. Do you understand? It's just not nice. And this is when you find people don't call. Nah, they ain't calling. Are you crazy? They ain't calling. They ain't saying a word. Because they're guilty. That's why they ain't calling. For no other reason. They are guilty. Because they do the same goddamn thing. Come on. It's time for us to change that mindset. And if we don't change the mindset, you saying what? We have a nation to build? Kidding me. We ain't building no nation. Good morning.
You, Mr. Donald.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just phoned in to apologize this morning.
That's all right, my love.
I got up and I went straight outside without thinking. By the time I got back, I heard you on the radio. I said, oh my God.
Yeah, I know. It happens. It happens, love.
Yeah, but may I say good morning to Grenada, Carrick, and Pretty Matney?
Sure.
I hope you all slept well and you had a wonderful Christmas. And I pray that we're looking forward to the new year for better days to come. We give God thanks for everything what He has done for us, because I'm sure everybody is eating and they strengthen themselves. Now we go, the day began with you now, Mr. Donald. It is nice to hear your voice, and I'm praying for God to help you too, and to help the radio station strengthen it, because you know we all love your radio station.
Thank you.
When the holidays come, sometimes we confuse a little bit, and you know, because so much things is happening. But God has blessed you. He made you rise up this morning, and you come and you're addressing the nation people. So I give God thanks for you. I bless everybody, and I pray everybody will be well, and the household is well, all the family is well. So things will work out better for us next year, please God. We haven't got far to go, just a couple of days again, and everything will be in the hands of the Lord. Thank you, Mr. Donald. Have a wonderful day. God bless Grenada, Carrick, and Petit Matnick. And God bless you too, Mr. Donald.
Thank you.
God really have to bless you. He knows all your problems. We leave it in the hand of the Father. God bless you. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care, sir. God
I'm
bless.
listening. Bye.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Thanks, Matheson. To you, yeah. You feeling guilty. Don't feel guilty. Don't sit down in the corner feeling guilty. I've worked jobs, according to Baby Daddy here. Baby Daddy saying they're lucky. Over here, we have to put in for the day, and if we get Christmas, someone else gets the New Year. We don't get both. Of course, I've done that. I've worked on Christmas Day so many times, it's just not funny. As I tell you, my birthday is the only one I say, oh boy, may I please have my birthday. That's the only one I beg for. But other than that, I work. If you have to work, you have to work. It just does not go down like that. It does not go down like that, folks. You waiting on a bus this morning to go down, bus doesn't appear. And you ask yourself, well, what happened to the bus this morning? Nothing happened to the bus. It's what happened to the driver. The driver had too much yesterday. And then he can see you on Monday morning. Yeah, he's going to see you on Monday morning and say, God, buy a real drink now. He caused you to miss a day on work or caused you to be late for work. And his excuse to you is, buy a real drink. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense at all? Think about it for a minute. Think about it for a minute. You cause her to get to work late, and your excuse is, girl, a real drink, I beat the rum yesterday, now. As if you could beat rum. But I wake up late this morning, first I get a rum licks. Like for real? Like for real? Man, we need to stop this thing. In Grenada here, we need to... No, and I personally believe... I've seen Grenadians in other lands. Yeah. I've seen Grenadians in other lands. And they work like crazy. They work like there's no tomorrow. However, here, and this thing happens. You know what aches me about this is that this thing happens every time there's a festive season. People don't go to work. And so I say, bring in Haitians, bring in Venezuelans, whatever. Just bring in people. Bring people in who really want to work. Because we only want to work here. As a matter of fact, to begin with, we want to work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No, not even Monday, because Monday is when we're recovering from Sunday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We don't want to work on Fridays because Fridays when the things start, quote unquote. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So the week, 3 days. And guess what? We ain't working. We're on the job skylarking. Laughing here and grinning there and everything there. That's where our problem is. We're not fair. We don't do honest days work for honest days pay. We get the honest days pay because our unions and so clamor for it. Labor clamor for it. Government make big hullabaloo, although they too ain't doing it, but government make big hullabaloo about minimum wage. We papi. They want to kill everybody for minimum wage. The government too. I ain't really bothering them at this time. Today is not a day for me to bother them and they stress. But they want to kill everybody for minimum wage. They are not meeting the requirements as it relates to minimum wage. And you're doing so and you're making sure that you meet the minimum wage. But nobody is telling the worker, well, maximize your time now. Give the company, just reward. Nah, man. Boy, let me drink some coffee and forget these people in there, right? I'm having some coffee. I've come to realize that every time I'm saying things that are critical. Angel, good morning. Angel Map, how you doing, my dear? Angel, the hair still ain't done yet, Yvonne Roberts, how are you? Natalia John, good morning to you and your family. I realize that every time I start to make remarks about people and how they carry themselves and what they do, they get upset. They get upset with me. You know what time I got up this morning? I was up before 3:30 this morning because I knew that I had to get ready to come to work. I was up before 3:30 this morning. There are those who ain't get up yet, There are those who ain't get up yet. They ain't even know what time it is. Kester Philip Young, good morning to you and happy birthday. Who else is celebrating? Glenda Nicholas, celebrating today. Happy birthday to you. Catherine Goodin. Oh, that lady is celebrating today. Who's that lady? Alexandra Otway Noel. What's up, girl? How's the South? Yeah, Alexandra Otway Noel is celebrating her birthday today. Happy birthday, girl. Gemma, did you know that? I bet you didn't. Wait now. Is this, you know, sometimes you see funny things, eh? And you laugh. But I'm wondering here. But I'm gonna read what I just saw this on thing. See, I want to make sure that you could read it, eh? I want to make sure that you could read it. There it is. It is my intention to throw my hat to represent the people of St. Patrick West in the next general election. And that's written by Hubert White. Are you kidding me? But you saw it for yourself. I didn't make it up. You want to see it again? There you go. Read it. To those of you who are able to read it. I wanted to say I am preventing you from reading things. Read it. Yeah, those are the words of Hubert White. He posted that about 16 hours ago. It is my intention to throw my hat. Well, yeah, throw your hat now. To represent the people of St. Patrick West in the next general election. Okay. Okay. Well, oh me, oh my. Yeah. There's some people who commented on that, and I didn't even want to mention the name. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah. Somebody else telling me leave Hubert alone. Okay, fine, I'll leave Hubert alone. Okay, okay. I'll leave Hubert alone. But I just put up what he did post. No, me call him. No. I ain't call. What I calling him for? Oh, my dear sister, good morning to you. Me? No, I'm not calling the guy. Why would I call him? Oh, by the way, as you speak about calling there, let me see what the likes. Let me see what they look like. I am not supposed to be hanging likes and so, you know. I'm not supposed to be hanging lights. But let's do some. Check it out anyway. Real FM. Let's do some. Check it out and see what the likes are like this morning. There were about 280 people looking at the program, and we only have 85 likes, and I just clicked it and liked it myself. Jillian Patterson, top of the morning to you. How you doing? Iva Holas, good morning. Baby daddy again, good morning. Ron Julian, Andre, you're sitting where Gates sit at, which means he's not going to be coming in studio. I don't know. I haven't heard from him. Jocelyn Matheson, good morning, Miss Matheson. Devon Haywood, good morning, AD and the Real FM family, watching from Nashville, Tennessee. Linus Charles, good morning to you. Cultural complacency, and I guess you're speaking in reference here, Nimrod. Nimrod, I'd love for you to call. If you're there, can you give me a call? Cultural complacency. I want you to expand on that. I believe that you're in a better position, and you know the number to call, Nimrod. Yeah, please give me a call. Let's discuss that issue a bit. Cultural complacency. I like that one. Michelle Alexander, top of the morning to you. How are you doing? And Michelle is fine, I hope. And Chunky McIntyre, what do you say? Out here, your weekend could be Tuesday and Wednesday. Of course. Your weekend could be Wednesday and Thursday. For instance, my son, he lives in New York. His weekend is Monday and Tuesday. That's his weekend. Based on how his shift runs. Good morning, Sherma. Gillian Patterson, you're in London. Good morning, Gillian. And Sherma Jeremiah is asking me, how's my holidays? Nice and quiet and cool. Nice and quiet and cool. You've got a call on the line though. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you, sir?
Hey. Nimrod Olive, how you doing?
I'm good. How was your holidays?
You see, that's a relative term. How was the holidays might be better. I didn't have holidays because I worked. So how was the holidays? I don't know how people spend theirs. I'm trusting that they spend it well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good. That's a time, they say it's a time for coming together with family and friends and, reflecting. My reason for, by the way, let me just stop right there. How is that little guy? That little guy is guying, man. That guy is guying. Nobody cares about Nimrod or Mrs. Olivier anymore. It's always about that little guy. And
Yeah,
he
but
definitely thinks he runs things and he controls things.
Is the guy here or is he there?
He's there.
Oh, he's there. Okay.
Yeah.
How I get the feeling that
she'll have it no other way. It's it's a spoiled child. So
how do I get the feeling that you're there?
Well, it depends on where there is.
It depends on where there is. There is Grand Mall. How do I get the feeling that you're?
Yes,
boy.
Yes, Mr. Donald.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Donald.
So anyway, but cultural complacency. Nimrod, expand on that.
So, in my opinion, that speaks to where we used to one culture, and so we get very comfortable in that we grew up in a culture where we know, well, all right, it's carnival time, all right, so we look forward to the holiday. Christmas time, it's not just Christmas Day. You can't have Christmas Day without Boxing Day. Boxing Day is probably just as important in our Grenadian culture as it is Christmas Day. However, you travel and you go to, the diaspora, the United States, Canada, England, and Boxing Day is almost non-existent. As a matter of fact, Christmas Day is non-existent relatively in the United States per se, right? Yeah, they do celebrate Christmas, but the biggest holiday as we know it in the United States is really Thanksgiving Day, right? So we get comfortable in the Caribbean and our culture that looks up to Christmas, and we know when it's a holiday, you're home, you take off, or the business closed, so there's no work. However, while we say mass must play in the Caribbean, you travel, you go to Europe, the United States, work must play, right? So it speaks to what you were talking about. The work have to go on. I mean, I happen to be in a profession, and I must admit that the first couple of years, it was like kind of had to adjust. What do you mean you had to work Christmas Day? But you're a police officer, right? So the precinct does not shut down.
It doesn't. Nope.
Exactly. Even when I was in the military, yes, you're going to celebrate, but the mission continues, right? Because I was in the military before NYPD, the mission continues. Then you come in NYPD now, and oh man, Christmas Day, wow, you got to work, right? And you had to have that cultural readjustment, where it's like, well, it's you don't take off. The world doesn't stop. Everything doesn't shut down because it's Christmas Day or because it's Labor Day, because there are functions and things that still have to happen, and based on the job that you're doing, you're still required to make your contribution.
So how do we? Well, it is something that's embedded in a lot of us.
Right.
how do we change that mindset?
Well, I think you were on to it. I think you said it. I heard you say it earlier on that, we have to, in order for change to come in that regard, we have to educate our children, right? Educate the younger one and let them know it's not just about shutting down and taking off, because everybody wants equal pay. But what's about the employer that wants equal contribution or equal work for what he's paying for? I don't know, because government is the largest single employer in our economy. I don't know if that's a culture that we can change when a lot of it sometimes starts from the top. The supervisors and the top also, it might be interesting today to see how many supervisors actually show up, because and here where the cultural part of it comes in, right? Also, Christmas Day was Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Holiday. Boxing Day was Thursday, right?
Holiday.
Today's Friday, right? So the mindset is, well, I ain't going to work today, nah? It's done Friday already.
Done Friday already. Weekend.
Yeah, that's that.
Weekend.
I ain't going to work today. It's done Friday already. So they ain't gonna really miss me. But if you have a company with, let's say your workforce is 8 persons in that department, and 2 or 3 persons take off, that's 25 to 30% of your workforce off. What's going to happen? So you probably don't even have minimum manning to ensure that the functions of that department are carried out. And it's no big deal. All right, you go for the bud paper and you ain't sign. You might vex, you might shoops, and you spend your money and pay the bus and go back home, but you'll come back Monday morning for it, right?
You have to come back for it Monday morning. And the thing is, you see, here's what. You may have to send that birth certificate to the United States.
Right.
And it has to leave with someone that can carry it up for you. And it's going to leave this afternoon. It is supposed to leave this afternoon with JetBlue. However, you can't make that. So not only the bus money you have to spend, you now have to do so and go by FedEx or UPS and pay to send that birth certificate when you could have gotten a free ride.
But let me ask you this. Have you ever heard that in... But what are you getting on so far?
Yeah.
Just last time, man, you get thing. What are you getting on so far? Right?
That's just a birth certificate, So you think somebody dead or what?
Nobody dead. But you take the words from my mouth. And the reason why I said culture. So the funny thing is, as a rookie cop, well, first of all, you have rotating days off, right? In NYPD until you have a little time on where you get steady days off, maybe weekends. So you have rotating days off. So there are years when your days off might actually be the days that Christmas fall on or New Year's or whatever, right? Because one week you would have 2 days off, the next week you have three days off. So it's rotating, right? But basically, as a rookie, if there's like a detail for Christmas or Thanksgiving, meaning where there's extra cops having to work that days, you as a rookie probably would be working, right? But as time progressed, and I even had a little time on the job, after 5 years, and you have steady days off, or you get off the holidays. I used to go in every Christmas day. So I would wake up 6 o'clock in the morning, and I go into work and hook up with the community affairs cop. And you know what we used to do? Even if I was off, right? Even if it's my day off, we will go to the hospitals within the confines of the precincts where I work and distribute toys to the kids in the kids' ward and the emergency room, brighten up their Christmas. Even before I would do that, even before I would have breakfast or stay to open toys with my very own kids. So the cultural shift was that even though I was off, I got so used to working on Christmas Day that it didn't even faze me, and I thought to do something nice on Christmas Day was always a blessing. It was always a good. So for years, I volunteered. Even after I got promoted, and I really didn't have to, every Christmas Day I would find myself in the hospital with 3 or 4 other cops, and we would put a smile on some kid's face. Yes.
But it is something that I really and truly I look forward to it happening less. and probably, and this one is going to be very harsh. It has to start hitting people in their pockets, and that I believe is the only way we'll be able to stem it.
But structurally, so the private business probably would be able to enforce that more so than the government, because it's a systematic pay structure in that, well, now it's bi-monthly, but it's systematic, right? So pretty much it has to be gross on the part of the worker to that their salaries would get docked. And you know how this dock salary thing goes.
But then you can just like how the government is sneaking in a law today. We'll get to that in a moment. But you can, if you can't dock their salaries, if that cannot be done, then for every day you don't come to work like that, especially when it is like following a holiday or preceding a holiday, within that vicinity, you probably lose a day or two in your vacation.
Right, but again, you prior to me calling, you outlined everything because you spoke of the unions, right? You spoke of everything is everyone is being protected by the union. So how you're going and dock when they're going to tell you, hey, these terms that you're trying to implement right now, these were not negotiated.
Okay, now I tell you. No, let me tell you how you do it. You do it just like how the government is doing right now. Last week, they hurried a bill through the lower house. Today, they're going to white people drunk and the belly full, and they ain't bothering about nothing. They're going to sneak it into the parliament today, and they're going to pass it in, and they're going to pass it in the Senate.
Right.
So then do that too. do how they're doing.
Well, maybe the reason why they're doing that is that as January approaches, it might give them more of a tax base, more of a way to generate revenue, right? Yes, the employee wants the employer to generate more revenue in their paycheck. They don't want them to take money from them. Somebody therein lies your difference.
Somebody sent me a statement and says it's like the white man that give us rum and Tifuilan. Oh my God! Did I say that?
Well, what is that kind of the same thing? No. But we have a saying, right? I show you, yeah, Mama say that drunk or sober, mind your business, right?
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that before.
But how many guarantee, even if you decided, right, to bring the Senate thing live today, your listenership and viewership would fall off. You know that, and I know that.
No, actually, that is not necessarily true as it relates to Real FM. Here's what. When I brought Parliament in the past, there are people who looked forward to getting that information live.
What years were that?
I'm talking in recent times. No, I'm talking in recent times. I'm talking. Okay. I'm talking when the New National Party was in office.
Well, that's why I asked you what years were that.
Oh, okay. I mean, and the only reason why I stopped is because I don't think that this present government they did not appreciate the fact that we were doing that.
No. You could say the reason why you stopped.
No, I just said it.
They take all the contracts away. So
no.
Man, me and you don't stop. You come on. We owe it to the listeners to let them know what's going on. Right? You doing your public service duties, by bringing it and broadcasting it, but meanwhile they're trying to hurt your pocket and to make the radio station and shut down. Come on, you know.
Well, you know, but I'll be nice. They're not appreciative of the fact that it's being done.
Oh, so you're being diplomatic. But I said the viewership dropping off in context of it being right after the holiday and it being a Friday, because we know what they're trying to do, right? The Shanghai and to slip it through. So I'm just saying that the interest might not be as at its optimal, might not be at peak on a day like today when still have a lot of rum to drink, Andre. All them bottle do empty boxing there, you know. So all them bottle are half and quarter and thing. Man, I go and kill that rum today, boy.
You said it, kill the rum. Oh my God, you said it, kill the rum.
How much fellas you know started to cook yesterday and the pot don't reach on the fire yet?
That's true.
Because they're killing the rum.
Mm-hmm.
So now they wake up this morning and realize, man, we had everything there to cook. And we didn't even get to eat, you know, because we killed our rum yesterday. So what do you think they're going to do today?
They go back and kick. They want to kill the rum again.
And cook, right?
Mm-hmm.
So cook a little something today because... So there you go. There you go. But overall, though, overall, is it safe to say that you think we need to do something regarding that whole holiday thing and it's too much of a festive thing as opposed to contributing something? Are you trying to relate it to the economy? Are you saying that in order for our economy to be stimulated and to see growth, we need to have a different approach when it comes to our holidays and just totally shutting down? And because one of the things we have to realize, whenever it's a holiday and you shut down, to bring things back up takes time, right?
Yeah, it does.
So it's one thing if you know, hey, maybe you put the computers, you put whatever in sleep mode for 24 hours, right? 4 o'clock this evening, sleep mode, whatever. You come in 8 o'clock in the morning. But when you know you're not going to come in 2 days or 3 days, what you do? You shut down, right?
Well, you mean like here at the station?
Well, I'm speaking in general, government offices, workplaces in general, not just government.
Yeah, well, they shut down, I guess.
Right. And then it takes a while to boot up everything and bring everything back up, right?
Mm-hmm. It does.
So now you know why when you go to the office 8 o'clock in the morning, you don't get served until like 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Who loses?
You.
Oh, okay.
Because, you see, the thing, why I said you, is because government, that's people. The government and the people, same thing. And if you're going to you for a service and you don't get the service, then you lose, and then you lose because you did not get paid for the service that you wanted. So in all, the people lose straight up all the time.
All the time.
All the time. The people lose straight up all the time. All the time.
Let me ask you this. So now you are an employee employee of the government, and you're working in a different department, a different office, and you also have to get that but paper to send up to New York or to send wherever. Mm-hmm. But you're not at your desk now, right? Because you got to go stand in the line over there to get it, right?
That's true. And you didn't get it and you're upset. You didn't get it and you're upset. So the people who come into you for the rest of the day, they ain't getting that service that they're supposed to get because you vexed, eh?
Mr. Donald, I'm not saying that. You are, right?
But come on, I'm licensed. I'm like Bond, James Bond, the license to chill. I'm licensed to chill. But in all seriousness here, Nimrod, today, the bill in relation to the pension that goes to the Senate today, and I've been calling for the past week. I've been calling on Senator Mondy Lewis and Senator Roderick Sinclair and Senator Rahaman. I've been calling on them to do what is the wise thing. And I'm still calling on them today to do what is the wise thing. And to the President of the Senate, I know that this lady rose to prominence during the revolution, and she's supposed to care about people. If we believe that the revolution cared about people like that, she's supposed
That's
She's
subjective,
yes,
but that's my opinion.
yes. If we believe that the revolution cared about people like that, and that is where she comes from, and she understands people and their struggle, then when the division is called for by Senator Mondy Lewis, because he's going to call for a division of the House or the division of the Senate, and she need not vote against the people. She has to vote for the people. And to vote for the people means that she has to vote against what the government is promoting.
Well, listen, we know what happened during the 1979-83 regime. We also know that in 2022, one of the hallmarks of the NDC's campaign was the leader championing the leader of that 1979-83. So are we to say that that's where the thinking is coming from, right? NIS arose from the 1979-83 administration, and now we have this pretty much the same thing going with this new pension bill. Now, it's very interesting that we actually seen a new bill being passed, and there was absolutely no mention of, well, maybe we can enhance NIS. Let's try and enhance what we have and work in it. So is it the emulation of Morris that this administration, this Prime Minister is thinking that, well, if Morris did it and it's in effect today, then maybe that's my legacy. Let me come with the bill. I'm not sure. A lot of questions and not many answers, because it's definitely, if we listen to the two learned gentlemen in that field sometime last week, I think you played the clips on your program, in that Mr. Cadgington Hood and who was the other lawyer?
I played Cadgington Hood and who was the other person I played a piece from?
Yeah, I'm seeing the face, but
I played a piece from Daisy Hazard.
Right, you did.
Yeah,
Right.
and
But if we listen to them, we it seems that we might be going down another pension debacle, right?
Well, we have been set up. The government and people of Grenada is being set up in terms that in a couple of years, somebody's going to be taking the government to court again in relation to the pension.
I don't think it might be a couple of years.
Well, I hope and pray. What I do hope and pray is that a lawyer, and I like calling names when I speak to lawyers. A lawyer like, let me see, Anselm Clouden. He's a lawyer.
Yeah.
No, he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer.
But he won't do it.
I don't know, but I'm calling on him. He always about people and what, and his love for people. Anselm Clouden, if you love people so much, here is an ideal opportunity for you to file a motion to stop this thing from going forward. And you can, Anselm. And if Anselm doesn't do it, then maybe James, as in Bristol. James, are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I think he was the other one, right?
Yeah. James Bristol, are you able to do this? And of course, Cadgington Hood. I think that those are three persons. And what's his name? He makes a lot of media noises these days. He just came back from New York not too long ago. You should know him.
Okay.
Lawyer.
Oh, Jerry Edwin?
Jerry Edwin. Come on, Jerry.
Yeah, but Jerry focuses more on the... Well, I think he did do a little constitution.
Exactly. You don't have to.
His thing is mostly criminal, no?
And these days, I don't hear anything from KC Ruggles Ferguson. And there's Francis Alexis. What happened, Workhouse? You dead? There's Francis Alexis, KC, and then there's Ruggles Ferguson, KC. These guys can do a pro bono case for the nation. They love nation so much. Francis, of course, would remember his days in the Black Power. And who else? Ruggles will remember his days in the thingy, in the People's Revolutionary Government.
Well, we do have to pay interest. I mean, I know you have your son, and if he decides to come back to seek employment, that new pension thing would definitely be, the employment that is with the government, right? I have young Rodney growing up in Grenada who, at some point in time would become of age to work, and so it definitely would affect him. So I think we owe it to our children and our grandchildren to continue advocating and to speaking out about the perceived ills of this new pension reform that they are literally forcing down our throats.
Might I take this opportunity to read something that somebody sent me?
Go ahead.
The Grenada Revolution and the regime of 1979 to 1983 was undemocratic. The attempt to rewrite history and to force a narrative on us Grenadians is unpatriotic. The suspension of the Constitution, and by virtue the suspension of the pension rights according to the 1958 pension provisions, did indeed set us back. There was absolutely no planning and enhancement of these provisions for the time the revolution decided we weren't using this. I believe the revolution's czars were elitists, egotistic, and so-called bright boys that preyed and used the unsuspecting proletariat to advance their cause by providing the illusion of we are for you. Power was their main aim, not leadership and governance. Likewise, I believe this current NDC administration is an elitist group of incompetent, egotistic, inexperienced, arrogant individuals focused on power rather than leadership. They too has fooled the working class into believing they are in charge. Once again, the chance they too have exasperated and compounded the issues and problems. The people of Grenada are much wiser, and unlike during the Revo period, there are a lot more free voices and information available. The people of Grenada would stand up to the NDC on the pension issue. It is not by taking to the streets, but definitely by voting them out at the polls. Little bit of a bother there. Nimrod, can you get me a pair of glasses, man? My glasses, I don't know, I can't find them.
Reading glasses?
No, reading glasses. I can find reading glasses a dime a dozen. Come on.
So whenever you decide to invite me up for that broth, or you decide to come down in the south, I could probably have you try one of my. I do wear glasses, right? But you wouldn't see me with glasses in public.
Boy, you talking about watch? I am struggling so much these days. It's not funny, but nonetheless. But all in all,
I have about 6 pairs because.
Well, what happened? So what happened? You.
I get 2 pairs every year from my insurance. I just don't wear them, but I do need them.
I know. I don't want to. And right now, you make me don't want to wear glasses because everybody say, "Hey, I need more glasses you're wearing." Forget that garbage.
No. Nobody would know because nobody really sees me with them.
Well, you just spoke about it, so they know that I need more glasses I wearing. Forget about that. And next time when I get my next pair of glasses, I'm gonna have printed on the frames, "This belongs to Andre."
So what you gotta do when you go by the optician to get tested and all of that, you have to put it on record. You have to video it. You have to take pictures with you trying all that.
Oh my God! Oh my!
No, but you should really. It's sad. I'm making light of it that I don't wear them, and every time I go, I'm like, you need to start wearing these glasses.
You know,
But,
I mean,
you should really,
what happened to
take care of your eyes, you know?
what happened with my? I got a new pair of glasses when I went to New York recently, and I came back with the glasses, and I can't find them.
Wow.
Seriously, I can't find
how
them.
we always losing glasses.
Yeah, I can't find it, and that's a bit of a bother for me right now. So
You need to put some air tags on it.
Yeah, something like that. So it means that when I go next time is when I have to go back and have my eyes retested again and get new ones because.
So you want to put a joke about the air tags?
Tell me.
So my wife claims she's always losing stuff. So for Christmas, I think one of her sisters gave us some air tags, and she's attempting to put one on me. So I'm like, but why do you need to put the air tag on me?
Okay. She probably want to kill me for laughing here, so I'm not gonna laugh too loud. Yeah, I'm not gonna laugh too loud. I hope she doesn't have to try to find you anywhere. I just hope.
Well, I hope so myself.
I hope she doesn't have to try to find you anywhere, my brother.
She knows where I'm living. I don't understand why I need a tax. She would not even rob me. She wants to put it on me.
On you. I'm sorry for you, bro. Sorry for you. I can't help you with that one. So, what are you doing today?
Today, I'm just going to relax, chill. I actually supposed to go to a funeral today. So I might be doing that.
Okay. Yeah, well, take care of yourself, take care of your family, and again, season's greetings, and I wish you the best for 2025. And let's hope that we can all work together for a better Grenada.
By the grace of God, I mean, that's all we can hope for. Like I said, we owe it to our people. We need to be the voice for those that don't have the medium to speak out. And I want to wish you, Andrea, and the listeners a pleasant rest of the year and wishing them all of God's blessings, health, and prosperity for 2025 and beyond.
One love, my brother. Take care of yourself.
And I mean, a new year coming. I mean, are we going to make this broth? I mean, I'm kind of getting tired of asking.
Soon as I find my glasses.
Oh, okay. All right. No problem.
Later, brother. Take care.
Got it.
All right. One love. It's real. It's 91. Good morning, Grenada.
Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Seasons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Seasons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Seasons. Seasons. Express your style with Color by Seasons.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture. Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Most people would love to have a winning smile, but it costs to do so. It takes some effort on your part. Practice good oral hygiene by brushing after meals with a soft or medium toothbrush. Floss daily. Visit your dentist at least twice a year. Avoid sweet, sugary snacks. Eat healthy foods. Then you can say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
I'm back, and I got all the chicken for the barbecue.
Excellent Farms chicken? Look how fresh and clean.
Yes, hon, check the label. No steroids, hormones, or preservatives. And it's 100% local.
What? No chemicals? So you mean Excellent Farms chicken is safe, nutritious, and natural with farm-to-table freshness?
Exactly. Finally, we could enjoy quality poultry. And you should see how state-of-the-art and sanitized the farm is. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
You serious? And like they have everything from whole chicken to liver, gizzard, feet, and more?
Correct. Now you hurry and start the seasoning up.
Excellent Farms, my safe and healthy choice. For wholesale and retail inquiries, call 444-3303.
Wait, I cooking all this chicken?
When the storms come, be ready with Grenville Cooperative Credit Union. Borrow up to $20,000 and protect your home this hurricane season. We're offering special loan financing to our members, covering essential storm-related needs. These include roof repairs, drainage, retaining walls, property insurance, tools and tanks, first aid supplies, hurricane emergency supplies, generators, solar equipment, and a whole lot more. With easy repayment and flexible terms, Grenville Cooperative Credit Union is here to help you weather any storm. Secure your future today and visit Grenville Cooperative Credit Union and borrow with confidence.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk,
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. The details when I return.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome back locally. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul in Grenada moved EC $1,500 closer to its annual fundraising goal for 2024 thanks to Team Rubis's timely donation of the much-needed funds. In the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, birth rate continues to decline.
Trinidad and Tobago's birth rate continues to steadily decline and is a cause for concern, according to Health Minister Terence Dialsing. While visiting Trinidad's first Christmas babies, Minister Dialsing shared current 2024 fertility figures compared to the rate of 1.8 in 2015.
January, November 2024, because the year isn't finished. I got the data up to November 2024. We had 9,794 live births, which gives you a fertility rate of 0.9. So we have dropped from 1.8 to 1.2 to 0.9.
Minister Dialsing described the fertility rate needed to maintain Trinidad and Tobago's population.
On the international scene, 2024 shows record heat driven by climate change.
People around the world suffered the effects of climate change a lot more in 2024 because of humans, according to a group of scientists who've been closely examining 29 extreme weather events this year that killed at least 3,700 people and displaced millions.
The poorest, least developed countries on the planet are the places that are experiencing even higher numbers. So places like Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, Kiribati are experiencing 150 or more days just this year that are at dangerous levels of heat that we can attribute directly to climate change.
This year, the planet experienced some of the hottest days ever measured and its hottest yet summer with a 13-month heat streak that just barely broke.
The finding is devastating but utterly unsurprising. Climate change did play a role, and often a major role, in most of the events we studied, making heat, droughts, tropical cyclones and heavy rainfall more likely and more intense across the world, destroying lives and livelihoods of millions and often uncounted numbers of people.
Scientists say that the results show that more needs to be done.
We need to adapt. Functioning early action is often what makes the difference between high and low death tolls in these extreme events, and early action only works with a high awareness and of the dangers of extreme weather events.
The UN Environment Programme warns if left too late, significantly more climate extremes could be expected in the future.
And in sports, Iga Swiatek was scared of a hostile reaction to her doping ban and says she does not expect an appeal by the World Anti-Doping Agency WADA after serving a 1-month suspension. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. I am your presenter Maxine Entwine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors
Express your style with color by Sissons.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
Brushing at least twice a day with toothpaste that has fluoride, which helps make your teeth strong, is a great start. The most important time of day to brush is at night before bed. Brush in a circular motion and take your time. You should brush for 2 minutes. Do not neglect your tongue. Flossing every day helps get rid of tiny bits of food stuck between your teeth where the toothbrush can't reach. And don't forget to visit the dentist for checkups. They can catch any problem early and help keep your teeth healthy. Follow these easy steps to keep your teeth cavity free. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your daily dental health tip. Your daily dental health tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
Yes, it's gonna be a Christmas to remember with the Riverside Cooperative Credit Union. Get up to $25,000 to do all the things you've dreamed of doing all year. Whether it be home renovations, upgrading your ride, travel and vacation, wedding, medical expenses, or that new appliance for the home. With a maximum period of 60 months to repay, this is your chance to make your dreams come true this holiday season. It's gonna be a Christmas to remember with the Riverside Cooperative Credit Union. Visit our office at Riverside or Sates for more information and to apply. Special terms and conditions apply.
The Center. It's Christmas, the time for sharing and making others happy. Come into the Center and be pleased with all we have to offer. All the drinks you can think of at prices that are unbelievable. Choose from our stock of top quality, hams at rock bottom prices, and a wide range of grocery items and prices that are lower than low. Located in the town of St. Patrick's, the Center where early morning and late night shopping is available every day of the week only at the Center. Personalized shopping just got better, so give us a stop at the Center and see for yourself. The Center is just the Center, and that's what it is. Remember, for the holidays, we will be serving you as we do normally.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings, and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
Hello and welcome to your daily dental health tip.
What are the benefits of practicing good oral hygiene? Prevention is often less expensive than emergency care and less painful. Reduce danger of tooth decay. Form teeth. Pleasant oral respiration. Reduce danger of oral diseases. Dental sensitivity reduction. Strong, healthy gums. Decrease risk of oral cancer. Reduce risk of stroke. Decrease risk of heart attack and higher and healthier fertility in women. Say cheese with ease.
This has been your Daily Dental Health Tip. Your Daily Dental Health Tip is produced by the Health Promotion and Communication Department, Ministry of Health, and sponsored by Pan American Health Organization.
I'm back, and I got all the chicken for the barbecue.
Excellent Farms chicken? Look how fresh and clean.
Yes, check the label. No steroids, hormones, or preservatives. And it's 100% local.
What? No chemicals? So you mean Excellent Farms chicken is safe, nutritious, and natural with farm-to-table freshness?
Exactly. Finally, we could enjoy quality poultry. And you should see how state-of-the-art and sanitized the farm is. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
You serious? And like they have everything from whole chicken to liver, gizzard, feet, and more?
Correct. Now you hurry and start the seasoning up.
Excellent Farms, my safe and healthy choice. For wholesale and retail inquiries, call 444-3303.
Wait, I cooking all this chicken?
Christmasing. Flo has got you covered.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Good morning again. This is the greatest bitter thing that ever happened to me. Listen to this, yeah. So I'm thinking, okay, fine, 9 o'clock, that's it. I'm done. I'm going home. I'm going to take a rest, and then when the news finished playing, I realized that it's Friday. Friday. Damn. So I'm stuck. Yeah. Red Girl Pascal, how you doing? So there's a gentleman who called me and wanted to say something, and I said to him, well, my time on air is finished. And sir, if you're listening, can you please call back? Although I did promise to raise your issue, I believe it is better if you raise it yourself. So you can please call back. You know the numbers. And in case you forgot, the number is 442-0175. That's both for the landline and the WhatsApp. So there's going to be a sitting of the House, sitting of the Senate today. That's the upper house. And that I believe starts at about 10 o'clock this morning. Maxine Belfon is saying, have yourself a wonderful day, Mr. Dahl. Thank you very much, Maxine Belfon. And yeah, GJ is in New York City and listening. Is it cold? Is it cold in New York this morning? Is it cold in London? I don't know. I'd really love to know. Today is a light day for the Xtention. Yeah, just know that today is a very light day for the Xtention. I wish I had somebody else here that I could bounce off on. But of course I don't. That's why I say you need to call. So I could bounce things off you.
Where you walk, what you say?
So what do you think the Senate is going to be like today? Do you think, I mean, honestly, do you think Monday will come through and call for division of the House? Good morning, how are you doing? Hello? Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Donald.
Yes, good morning, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yes, brother. Mm-hmm. Yes, the point I was trying to make to you, sir, is that we is in a democratic state, right? And a number of occasions we made a lot of things talks about the revolution. Now we have to be very careful in the sense how you're speaking. Yeah? It does raise eyebrows. It does raise questions. So we have to be very careful and bear in mind what we say in the song you were playing just a moment ago. And if you carefully listen to it, as we say back in time, there's a message in the music. I think some people just say things and do things to prove a point. But at times, we have to question ourselves. What point am I trying to prove? Is lack of ignorance, or what I say must go? But if you do love your country from your bottom of your heart, we must be careful of what you say. That leads us to ask the question of the bill which is circulated. Right? The intent of the bill, where it is going. Yeah? Where it is going.
Do you have an idea where it is going?
Yeah. I have no much of it, but it's within the time frame that is left between now and the next election.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bill going to help Grenada or the people, or where the intent is being pushed to, or there is another intent behind it? If it is going to help you to raise problems in your absence, yeah? So for those who have the capability, I'm asking, as you have called the name of the many respected lawyers, same as you have said, I'm even begging for the request, in the benefit and true, if you're a true Grenadian, truly love your nation, and for the time that this little country in the last, let me say, 50 years have gone through serious pain and sadness and sorrow on a number of occasions, hurricanes and other things. We don't want to see this happen. We want to see, spite of our political differences and our egos, we should not take it through the line of ignorance and for our pockets. There is no way in no religion, sir, that to hate your fellow men. There's a lot of
let me ask you this straight up.
Yes. Yeah.
In your knowledge about the bill, who stands to benefit?
Well, the question you asked me, stand to benefit, is this being pushed for the lack of benefit or upsurge? Is there going to be any benefit?
I'm asking you, if you don't see any, hold on. If you don't see anybody benefiting, then just say no one.
Well, yes, but there's another question behind that question.
So then ask yourself the question and answer it. Come on.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that it's going to be a benefit or is going to be trouble behind this. That is the point I was making all the time. So if we are going to take over a country for a ride with this, I'm begging, if I have to, although I'm not a born Grenadian, don't do it. Because seek the future for our kids. Yeah? Let me don't do it for our ignorance. By all means, I'm begging, please, for the sake of Almighty God, let's do something and something good, always to leave a legacy to develop our nation, with all due respect, for all who are listening. Don't destroy Grenada.
And in your belief, this bill will destroy Grenada.
I'm not saying it's who is going to use to create problem from it. Yeah? We don't want to see that happen to Grenada. If it's truly going to benefit, fine. But we see there are a number, Mr. Kajantahud and the other people saying this is unconstitutional, sir.
So, but you still haven't answered my question.
Yeah. No, if this is unconstitutional, then why? I can't see the benefit of it. Let's go through the legal process of it. If this is unconstitutional, we should stop it. There is no benefit from it. Why go through the wrong way? Let's use the right channel. That means that there is something else behind this. Yeah, which we don't want. That is what I'm asking for. So asking for benefit, I don't. If it's unconstitutional, Mr. Donald, there is no benefit. I don't see a benefit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest we done? What do you suggest we done?
Stop it. Stop it.
How?
Wherever you need to be stopped, stop it.
How?
And go through. How to stop it? Well, the legal minds have to find a way to stop it. Yes, stop it and go through it. And if there are changes need to be made to legal, when it's which is legislated by our constitution, fine. But don't do anything that harms our country. That is my interest in this. And anything, not just this bill, anything that you are doing to harm Grenada, don't do it. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah? It does not make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah? That is my plea.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All the best day.
Okay, one love. 91. You're the real boss. 91.9, 91.5, www.therealfmgrenada.com. Good morning to all our listeners, and it's indeed a joy to have you this Friday morning. And as you heard what the gentleman had to say, but as I informed you earlier on, that this bill will be piloted through the Senate this morning. I believe the Senate. Hey, ladies, one of the ladies outside, can you tell me what time the Senate is going to be meeting today? Is it 10 o'clock? Does somebody know? Somebody's listening? I think the meeting of the Senate starts at 10 o'clock this morning. And there you would have the bill presented. And the bill will be presented by the leader of government business in the Senate, and that is the Honorable Adrian Persuader Thomas. He is the leader of government business in the Senate, so he will present the bill. And all senators, let me see if I can remember. I'm not sure I can remember all of them. Definitely Senator Seville Francis, Senator Quince Britton. Who else is a senator? Who else? See, I can't remember all of them. Yeah, it's because they don't, you don't hear them in the news quite a lot. I only remember Seville because she's from St. Patrick, and what's his name from St. Mark? Quince Britton. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the senators. Do you remember them?
The man from Carriacou, Nisolia.
No. I'm talking about government senators here.
Nolan Cox, you know, government senator?
No. That's opposition.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out.
I really know.
You see, that's the thing. Now, the government senator, the opposition senators, we have Nolan Cox, Dwight Hosford, and Mayana Charles. Those are three. And then still on that side, not necessarily opposition, but on that side of the House, you have Senator Roderick Sinclair. That's for agriculture. And then you have Senator Rahaman, who is for business, and then you have Senator Mondi Lewis, who is representing the trade union council kind of thingy. So you have them, but on the other side, I can only remember Senator Seville Francis. She's from St. Patrick. I remember her, and what's his name? Quince Britton. Who else is senator?
Well, I can't remember.
Oh, you have Adrian Thomas. That's Persuader. He's a senator also. But the other three, I don't remember.
I don't remember too, but I would love to hear the senator for the union. I would like to listen to him. Because, you know, he was the man when world boss come and say, come let us see them and talk. See, no talk. In 1958, like that we're dealing with. Remember that? You were focusing that heavy. But anyway, I want to shift my focus on Carriacou for a little bit.
Sure, go ahead.
Because after Hurricane Beryl take me in Carriacou, the Monday, I left Carriacou the Thursday night. And I went back there on Friday. I had a friend who died up there. I went to the funeral. No. Cry.
You what?
Cry.
You cried?
I cried when I went to Carriacou on Friday.
Why? What brought tears to your eye? What's up now?
Because people is waiting.
People are waiting still.
People are waiting. People in tent. That place in the stadium, in that by the airport, the people live in the still.
Really?
Yeah. But then you see red closing up until people live in the still. Who would have food in Carriacou doing the roof? And people who have insurance. The rest of people still in tent. Well, in tarpaulin mash up now when rain fall. They can't sleep. Because the house I went in, the upstairs and downstairs, I remember in the hurricane, we host 11 people in the downstairs. And I go up there and sleep and rain started to fall. We had to, me and the ladies had to move the mattress all the time. Oh, my God. The government get over 100 million US only from Saudi Arabia. Where the money? 14 days after the hurricane, they get money. Where is that money? Where is it? My heart goes out for Carriacou people. Right? But this bill they bring in there is a wicked bill. You know? Because Mr. Donald, you can remember, I who named the men who people terrorists. You know? And they show it out now. But them is the real people terrorists.
Yeah.
You understand? But anyway, I don't like to think. I will just stay and listen to you because when I listen to you all, the way I build my stuff to go on the ground.
Okay.
I like ground man. You understand?
I got you, my brother.
Yeah, I like ground man. So I listen.
Blessings. All right, one love.
Bless up.
29 minutes now before the 10 o'clock hour. So Baby Daddy, right on top of things, sent me the names of those that are missing. And it's Senator Gloria Thomas. And Senator, I apologize, I forgot your name, but you're not really in the news and things, so nobody knows. So don't blame me. Senator Claudette Joseph, well, she's like disappearing thing. She performed a disappearing act. You don't hear much about her again. Senator David Andrew, well, forget you, Senator David Andrew. The people in Hope where you live, they're not even seeing you. So, I mean, so you understand why I could forget. Ask Scoops. Scoops saying, you know, when last you see you. So, Joy Mancini, good morning to you. Have a wonderful day. So, those are the senators on the government side. Senator Adrian Thomas, Senator Quince Britton, Senator Claudette Joseph, Senator Gloria Thomas, Senator David Andrew, and Senator Civil Francis. Those are the 6 senators. And then you have the 6 senators on the other side. Now, if the caller, I'm coming to you, if there is a tie in relation to the votes, the person who has cast a vote is the president of the Senate. He or she votes whichever way. Is that going to happen today? We wait to see. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
I just want to respond to the last caller. I wanted to ask him if he didn't cry when Ivan passed in Grenada. You understand? He say he cry when he been to Carriacou. You know, you see the thing about it. You only like to listen to what you only like the things that people are saying that they could continue with a program on your station. A lot of people who call in your program, to be honest, they don't have shame, you know. Like Clifford and all these people, they don't have shame. You know, I like people to be fair and honest with themselves.
You are ashamed?
He said when
Can I ask you a question?
Call me back. I don't have much credit.
Call you back? What the Oh my God! Call you back here, but you should tell the government give you credit. What the blood? What? The man say call him back, you know. I like you. Seriously, I like you. That's what you want. I agree with you. Sorry, I can't give you that. Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, these guys are member the people theory.
The man want me to call him back, but I don't have credit too, so I can't call him back. They take away all my business, so yes, maybe they get credit to call him back.
I've been for almost 20 years now, eh?
Yeah.
20 years now.
Cha.
We're talking about the present. Yeah, the past means something, but the present, NMP build back Ivan when Ivan passed. In 2 years, people was glad. Nobody wasn't waiting. Thank you, Mr. Donald.
Later. Okay. The man say call him back now. Bridget, you know, come on. When you want to pull your stunt to them, go and put credit on your phone now. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Your volume is...
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
That sounds a bit better. The end of the conversation was a bit better there. But as I always say, if I'm struggling to hear with headphones on, understand the person who's not listening with headphones. Good.
Okay.
Talk to me.
That's what I was speaking about, you know. But anyhow, I just hear a gentleman calling me. I don't know.
You do have shame. You do have shame. The man say you do have shame. So I
you see how provocation is?
But I don't know if he's provoking you. How I can know that?
You see how the man making his own point, but he's making reference on me.
What you mean? Then you just make reference on people?
Yes.
Right.
When I have the right.
Right, so he had the right.
Why is the right?
The right is to make reference on you.
And what? He can't give the...
Man, credit done, Clifford. Understand that now?
Credit done?
Yeah.
Especially for me.
I don't know. Man, credit done.
Anyhow, concerning that bill today, I personally believe that the bill is going to pass, and the reason why, the two labor, the person that's representing labor and agriculture, if these two people don't vote against the bill is definitely going to pass. And the fact is, the trade union, not the trade union, the trade union is in arms now with the government for that same bill.
Well, Mondy Lewis can't vote for the bill. Mondy Lewis, he can't vote. If he does, then he becomes worker enemy one time. Number one worker enemy will be Mondy Lewis. Now, so he can't vote for the bill. The senator with responsibility for agriculture, he went to SAS, so he has some smarts. He can't vote for that. So that's
You mean he shouldn't vote for it?
No, he can't vote for that. Come on, man. Come on, not because he's not going to vote for that.
business.
So hold on. So that's what 5 and no, that's 3 and 2 5. That's 5. Who else? Who else is there? Then my only thing is Senator Rahaman. I know that
he's going to support the bill.
His uncle in Bobby and his uncle in Zach Rahaman, Zach is alive and well and kicking, and Zach wouldn't support a bill like that. And definitely Bobby, as in Bobby's Star Mart. You must remember Bobby. Bobby will not support something like that. Right? So in essence, it is supposed to be a total division of the House. It is supposed to be a total division of the House.
But you wouldn't see that, Mr. No, because if you realize what is going on, the bill, the unions were saying that they were not properly informed about the bill. But the government still didn't stop up and do some more consultation with them on the bill. And the unions have a matter facing the court. 2 lawyers speaking on behalf of the non-passing of the bill. And we're still hearing, instead of educating people more, the bill is continuing. So the government ain't worrying with anybody, they're going to pass the bill. And when
I've just
feel, okay, that is. No, that is just
I've just been informed that there's a possibility that Senator Rahaman is out of state. There's a possibility that he's out of state.
So he can't vote.
So, well, he will not be voting if he's out of state.
And when he come back, you don't know what position he stands.
Well, he can't vote again on it. That's it.
Right, so you don't know what position he stands.
Yeah.
He could play a neutral game there.
Well,
that doesn't mean that he's neutral.
Clifford, be nice today, please. It's Christmas.
I'm nice, but I'm just saying here, since I see these 2 lawyers are hitting against the bill, and nothing was done by the government to say let's withdraw, let's hold on, let's educate them a little better, I realize that's what is happening. And the labor, the gentleman, remember, Monivia you talk to, is representing he's supposed to represent all unions in Grenada.
Who is that?
Mondia, how you call it?
No, he's the president of the Grenada Trade Union Council.
So yes,
No, not trade. Sorry, he's the president of the Technical and Allied Workers Union.
Yes, but he's also the trade union representative.
He is the president of the Technical and Allied Workers Union. That's TAO.
But he's not representing TAO in the Senate.
No, he's representing the unions.
Yeah, all the unions. And that's the point I'm making. So he should have asked the government to let us educate or let us learn a little bit more about the bill, because he
probably did. He probably did. Do you know if he didn't?
Well, he did it in secret. No, if he did it, the union should be properly informed.
No, I really and truly want to hear what Senator Monty Lewis has to say today. Honestly, I want to hear what he has to say. I want to hear, as a matter of fact, I want to hear what all the senators have to say today. All the senators. I want to hear what they have to say.
Well, it doesn't look good. I've seen that the unions, and the bill have a lot to do with unions, said that they're not to clear the bill and they don't think it should go through. I think that the government, in all honesty, should have a next rung with them. Because I heard Miss Claudette, I heard a little of Mr. Kajinan Hool and Mr. Bristol. So at least consideration should be given. And it seems to me that the government bent and passing the bill. Even I doubt the workers that the bill will be affecting is quite clear on that. I doubt.
Okay,
union by union, I doubt.
Okay.
Because we have not heard nothing from the most talk about union, the teachers union. The president was getting on and getting on. We ain't hearing say anything about it.
I think they've started already, Clifford, and I believe I want to hear a bit of it. So I'm going to go to the Government Information Service website, see if I can bring a bit of what they've started to do already.
Thank you.
All right, great. Take care.
And the Grenada Public Workers Union and the three firms that represented the public sector workers in this historic case have all asked that this discussion be stayed so that further interrogations of the bill can be done so as to better informed and help in a more informed discussion and decision that will work for everyone, even in keeping with line of the government objective of pension for all. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Andre Lewis. I offer the floor to the Honorable Senator Claudette Joseph.
Madam President, in light of the ruling that you made permitting the debate that has started, in my respectful view, prematurely, I would just want to say that in the interest of all of the workers of Grenada, particularly the workers to whom this bill will apply, workers in the public sector, we have carefully considered the timing and appropriateness of debating this bill today, and we are clear in our view that we must proceed with debate on the bill today, and that debate must be taken through all its stages so that within the earliest possible time, and our intention is from 1st January 2025, the workers to whom this bill would apply will begin to enjoy the benefits of it. So my response to the request is that we should proceed.
I thank the Honorable Senator. And hearing no other response to that, we proceed. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand here today very happy that public workers and others will be breathing a sigh of relief. For after so many years, as a Grenadian, being in the trade union, being involved in politics, I have personally heard the cry for something to be done about pension in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam President, I have seen, I have felt the pain of public workers and others who have given their best to this state, to this country, who have set themselves high standard, work hard to maintain and sustain. And at retirement age, they retire in poverty. We have seen it all. Madam President, when this administration came into office and we vowed to pay public workers the pension and recognize the court's decision, acknowledge it, Madam President, and we decided to pay public workers the pension, we also witnessed the transformation of their lives and their livelihood. They were able to live again, and they were happy. This administration, Madam President, we refuse to think about the next election without thinking about the next generation. And despite what we are doing here today, maybe we may not be recognized in the next 40, 50 years as the state relieving itself of this burden. We, as a responsible government, believe that it's necessary to take the decision today. And if we are only thinking of living for today, and for 1 year and 2 years and every 5 years, our country will not make the progress that we deserve to make, Madam President. And I stand here as leader of government business to present this bill very happy. And I know the workers in this country, and the reason why they are not here this morning, outside there with placards demonstrating and banners, is because they see the light of bringing this bill to this honorable house at this point in time. History in the making, Madam President, and I'm proud to be part of it. And so, Madam President, Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Bill 2024 as being presented here contains 8 parts and 79 clauses. Madam President, in part 1, the bill presents a number of areas here. A short title. There's a commencement clause. We have the interpretation of various terms that has been used in this bill, Madam President. We have the payments of pensions, gratuity, and other allowances within that very important part, Madam President. On the issue of interpretation, as we know the English language, so many words have so many meanings. We do not want to get tangled up in any ambiguous statement, Madam President. So therefore, in drafting the bill, time was taken to make sure that we define the relevant terms so that the people may have ease of reading. So, employer, member, I mean, the bill is quite clear and what those terms mean, Madam President. Later on in the debates, my side will go into more details. Madam President, I just want to look at Clause 3.1, which sets out the categories of workers that the bill would apply to. In Category 1, we are talking about all new public sector employees, Madam President. Madam President, in Category 2, all public sector employees who, 1, hold non-pensionable office by virtue of a relevant enactment, or 2, have neither attained the age of 50 years, now have been employed with the government for a period exceeding 15 years and are not eligible to receive a pension, gratuity, or other allowance in accordance with the relevant enactment. I just thought, Madam President, it was important to highlight that particular clause. Madam President, in Part 2, we have 4 clauses there. In Part 2, Madam President, it deals with the establishment of the public sector employees pension scheme, the eligibility requirement for membership. Madam President, obligations of a member to make mandatory contributions. Number 4, Madam President, information in relation to an employee to the board. And number 5, within that part, Madam President, beneficiaries to benefit upon death. Those are some critical areas that Part 2 will deal with, Madam President. Madam President, as I said in my opening statement, Madam President, there will be no more retirement, as I said in my opening statement, retirement in poverty. Workers today, Madam President, will have a peace of mind, not only for themselves, but for the children. And it is important, Madam President, to put on record right here that there are over 4,500 workers who find themselves in that dilemma. Over 4,000 workers in this country who do not know where the future lies. Madam President, one of the very important aspects that I've outlined here under Part 2 is the question of mandatory contribution. Once you're a part of this pension scheme, you are entitled to make your contribution and so reap your benefits, Madam President. Madam President, Clause 6.1 identifies the employees under Clause 3.1 as those who will be automatically eligible to be a member of the scheme once the bill commences, and they will be required to make mandatory contribution to the fund. Clause 7, Madam President, provides for an employer to provide information in relation to an employee to the board in accordance with Section 11. And Clause 8, Madam President, this very important clause provides for a member who is a member of a scheme to designate one or more beneficiaries to benefit upon death of that member. You know, Madam President, sometimes I listen to some of my colleagues, my friends, who may be retired quite a few years ago, and every 6 months they will have to go to the Ministry of Finance, or I guess it's online now, to let the authorities know that they are still alive. And when the good Lord Almighty may have called them, and they no longer can report and say that they are alive, that's the end of it. We're asking people to be part of a system today where beneficiaries are being considered. Madam President, Part 3 of the bill contains 2 clauses. One of those clauses, Madam President, is the establishment of the fund. And the contributions to be paid into and out of the fund. Those are 2 very important clauses, Madam President. Madam President, Part 4 of the bill, which is maybe one of the largest part, contains 29 clauses. 29 clauses. And I'm going to take a little time, Madam President, and itemize them here, because I think it is very important.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first.
Madam President, this part speaks about a board of trustees. Very important. It's not a question where the government will be managing and taking charge, but a board of trustees, Madam President, will be responsible for the management and administration of the funds. And how do we go about selecting, Madam President, this board of trustees? This bill, Madam President, will ensure that there's no wrong pegs in square holes or square pegs in wrong holes. This bill, Madam President, will ensure that we get the best minds to look after and to manage the funds. And so, there is a clause, Madam President, in this part of the bill that speaks about eligibility requirements for appointment as a trustee. Very detailed. Also, Madam President, it speaks to the tenure of the people appointed. They will not be appointed for life, as we have seen in some institutions. This bill, Madam President, speaks of 3 years. However, if you have a lot in you to offer to this country, you can continue. But one of the things we will ensure also, Madam President, is that persons appointed, would not all move out the same time because we want continuation. We're going to stagger it, Madam President. And we also make provisions for the filling of vacancies. Every Monday morning, somebody resigned from some institution. So the bill speaks to filling of vacancies in cases of resignation or revocation of appointments. I will not go into details, Madam President, in regards to the appointment, the protection for liability, salaries for and fees for the members of the trustees. But, Madam President, the function of the Board of Trustees. Clause 23, Madam President, speaks to that. And also Clause 24 authorizes the board to make investments in relation to the fund. So it will not be idle, not be capital sitting there idly in the bank for some smart person to borrow and make investment for their own personal use. But the bill gives the board the opportunity to invest the resources to bring more benefits to the members of this very important pension scheme. Madam President, but the bill doesn't stop there. The bill makes sure that there are systems and regulations put in place to monitor the management of the funds. And therefore, this very important institution that we recognize as the Grenada Authority for the Regulations of Financial Institutions will have a part to play in making sure that the governance of the pension scheme, of the pension fund, is well taken care of. And GAFIN will definitely play an important role there. Madam President, this board, and I hope that life and the future treat us well. As I said to you, this is for the future, Madam President. It's not for in the morning or tomorrow or next year. It's for a lot of years to come. Where politicians will give professionals and experts the opportunity to do what they ought to do. And therefore we have placed in this bill, Madam President, the power of the board to delegate responsibility and to sign off without politicians making the final decisions. And Madam President, that is the level of trust we can place in our people. The fund, Madam President, accumulated will have to subject themselves to auditors. And the bill provides for that. Madam President, as the debate proceeds, we'll get more details on Part 4 of the bill. Part 5, Madam President, contains 6 clauses. And it provides for the manner in which contributions are to be made to the fund. Clauses 40 and 41 provide for the payment of mandatory contributions by a member and an employer respectively. Clause 42 empowers a member, upon the approval by the board, to make voluntary contributions to the fund. And clause 46, Madam President, 43, makes provision for the payment of past service credit contributions by the employer, while clause 44 provides for the obligations of an employer to remit contributions to the fund. Madam President.
Honorable Senator, kindly clarify clause 43 for us, please.
Clause 43 makes provision for the payment of past service credit contributions by an employer. Meaning, Madam President, that there will be employees I'll take them stage by stage, Madam President. Madam President, the contribution from members whose salary not exceeding the maximum insurable earnings as defined pursuant to Part 3 of the schedule to the National Insurance Collection of Contributions Regulations, Chapter 205, 3%. And salaries exceeding the maximum, 6%, maximum of NIS. Employers' contribution, Madam President, salaries not exceeding the maximum insurable earnings as defined pursuant to Part 3 of the schedule to the National Insurance Collection and Contributions Regulations, Chapter 205, 3% employers. And maximum insurable earnings, 6%. On the issue of voluntary contribution, Madam President, you are free as an employee to become a member and make voluntary contributions, but it must not exceed 10% of your salary. That's for voluntary. The employer is not making any contribution in regards to that. And for past credits, contribution, Madam President, there's a formula in the bill that will be used for people to come over to the scheme and continue with the benefits that they may have had where they were before. So those are areas, Madam President, that Part 5 outlines. Part 6 of the bill, Madam President, contains 18 clauses. And it outlines quite a number of features, Madam President. A, to establish and maintain a retirement savings account for every member. To credit the member's retirement savings account with the contributions made by the member and the employer each month. So, I saw some people expressing the concerns that when this bill comes into effect, people will be going home with as low as $40 less their salary. And when such irresponsible statements are being made, Madam President, by failing to continue the point that for every $45 you deposit in the scheme, immediately that $45 turns into $90. And if you don't make those statements, if you don't qualify your statements, you are attempting to mislead the public. Because the employer's contribution is 50%, and the employee makes 50%. And that is the kind of benefits and the truth we must tell the general public. Madam President, C, to establish and maintain a voluntary saving account where applicable. So apart from the contribution you are entitled to make, if you have excess fund, you can also deposit it there. It goes into the fund to make sure that you have better days and better life in the future. And who knows, your children might be able to benefit from some savings in studying, in getting their education. Madam President, D, inform the employer where a member's contribution details vary. C, to provide customer service support to members, including access to account balances and statements on demand. To cause benefits to be paid. To be responsible for all calculations relating to benefits, and to carry out any other function as may be directed by the board from time to time. Madam President, within that in Part 6, Madam President, contains 18 clauses, another large part. And again, it features a number of areas, Madam President, that deserve to be highlighted. But in clause 48, Madam President, Schedule 3, vesting of employers' contribution. Now, while I made the point that every $45 that has been deducted from the employees and goes to the fund, immediately you have $90 assigned to you because the employer's contribution. However, it is important to note, and it will be remiss of me if I don't mention that, it is important to note, Madam President, when does the employee has access to the funds that is placed in the scheme from the employer to the employee. The bill provides, Madam President, for less than 2 years, you don't have access to that fund from the employer. We want to make it into a savings, a meaningful savings. At least 2 years, but less than 3 years, you have access of 25% of the contributions that the employer makes. At least 3 years, but less than 4 years, Madam President, you have 50% access. And at least 4 years, but less than 5, And over 5 years, you have 75% and 100% respectively. And that is what will ensure that people get the kind of benefits that they deserve. From a scheme of that nature. Madam President, Part 6 goes on to speak about a member who retires and obtaining normal retirement age is to receive a lump sum cash payment of up to 25% of the combined amount contained in the member's contribution account, employer's contribution account, and the past service credit account. We can digest that, Madam President. The section also goes on to talk about, Madam President, in clause 51 and 52, makes provision for payments of pension upon early retirement and late retirement respectively. And clause 53 speaks to retirement by reasons of infirmity of the body or mind. So at no point in time, the members in this scheme stand any chance whatsoever of losing anything. And obviously, we have seen what happened in many parts of the world and many organizations. And this has given us, Madam President, the reasons to make sure that we put all measures in place to make sure that the funds are well secure. Madam President, clause 55 goes on to talk about for resignation prior to retirement, and clause 56 provides for dismissal prior to or after attaining early retirement age. Clause 57 provides for retirement under special circumstances, Madam President. In Part 7 of the bill, we have 9 clauses. And again, it speaks to protection from liability, exemptions from stamp duties, confidentiality provisions, offenses of misappropriation of assets of the fund. One of the clauses, Madam President, speaks and provides for the minister to make regulations on the recommendations of the board for the better carrying out of the provisions of the Act. Clause 73 provides for the minister by order, subject to affirmation, resolution, to amend the schedule to the Act. And clause 74 provides for the review of this very same Act, this bill, when it comes into an Act. Madam President, those are some of the miscellaneous provisions that I've outlined there that the bill caters for. And there are stiff penalties, especially when it comes to people who have access to information within the funds. As 69.2 says, every concerned person who is required under subsection 1 to deal with matters specified therein as secret and confidential, who at any time communicates or attempts to communicate any such information to any person other than a person to whom he or she is authorized to communicate, or otherwise than for the purpose of this act, commits an offense and shall be liable and summary conviction, Madam President, to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months. And there are more measures, Madam President, to protect the members and the business. Madam President, and the last, but not least, final part, part 8 of this very important bill, is what we call consequential amendments, which repeal specific sections of the Pension Act, Cap 233, the Police Pension Act, Cap 245, the Pension School Teachers Act, Cap 236, and the Pension Prison Officers Act, Cap 235, and the National Insurance Act, Cap 205. Madam President, obviously for this bill to commence, there will be some impact on other legislation that we need to amend. And therefore, we will make sure for the smooth functioning of this act when it comes into effect, there will be nothing to hinder it. And we want to give the public all assurances and the potential members all assurances that we will act responsible and make sure that there is nothing whatsoever hindering the progress of this pension scheme that we are trying to bring to Grenadians who were not and who will not be privileged to leave their job, to retire and be happy. And we want to give them confidence that what we are doing will be in their interests, in their benefit, for their benefits, for the future of generations to come. Madam President, I have no doubt whatsoever, that when this bill comes an act, that workers in this country will walk with their heads held high, knowing fully well that one day they will not be able to work as hard as they were when they were young. And at some point in time, the state do have a responsibility to make sure that our citizens are well taken care of. Just like how the state has a responsibility to make sure that we nurture the young people of this country, to put them in a position where they can be an asset to the society rather than a liability. But we know that all good things come to an end. So when you have given so much to your country, when you have worked so hard to provide livelihood for yourself and to make Grenada great, you deserve to rest in peace in your retirement age. And so I commend this bill to this honorable House for debate, for discussion. And that so we will make history today by passing this bill in the name of Grenadians, home and abroad, people from Carriacou and P.T. Matnick. I thank you.
I thank the Honourable Senator for his customary confident and edifying summation nonetheless. And I take note that there are many details that your colleagues will elaborate on. I offer the floor happy to wait. The other side. Opposition consultation is coming to an end, and I see the request for the floor from the Honourable Senator, the Honourable Mayanna Charles, Senator. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable colleagues, we stand here as guardians of this Constitution and any amendments to that Constitution thereof. The Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Bill of 2024, in its current state, has not been given its fair share of national and legal consultation to ensure its effectiveness to respond to the problems at hand. Madam President, I want to acknowledge that this bill is bigger than any government. It is an issue of the state of Grenada and safeguarding the rights of our national assets, the public officers. And this, in my humble view, transcends any political divide. My honourable colleagues, it appears from this bill that all new employees entering the public service will enter in this new bill. But it is not clear in the bill. If the bill is intended to phase out the 1958 Pension Act, then let it be explicitly stated in the bill. We cannot mislead the people in that regard. Sections 92 and 93 of the Constitution safeguards pension as a right for public officers, not a privilege subject to government discretion. In other words, Madam President, it is not discretionary, but a guaranteed benefit for holding public office. Yet, this bill dares to unconstitutionally challenge eligibility, which is granted by the Constitution. My honourable colleagues, Madam President, I call on the government once again to not proceed in this manner. And I want to again put on record and request that the bill be suspended for national consultation due to the number of legal and constitutional concerns regarding the bill in its current state. And Madam President, at this point, I just want to express some of the reasons why I'm calling for that said suspension and why I'm asking the government to not proceed in that manner. One, putting this bill into practice in its current state is assumed to be solving a problem. However, it seems that we will end up with more problems, legal, constitutional, procedural. Thus, we have not solved the problem. Instead, in its current state, we are creating new problems. Two, the definitions. There are definitions proposed in the bill, and those definitions are not in line with the Constitution. The Constitution clearly defines who a public officer is, and that is not in line with the new proposed definition. This bill attempts to blur that line, undermining clarity and respect for constitutional order. And this will result, in no doubt, in unfair treatment. Three, and this is very important, such a scheme is all about numbers. Where are the numbers? The numbers of contributors from each category. What is that number? The funds target. What is the funds target? The impact on government spending. How will this bill impact government spending? Are we going to impose more taxes to come up with that money? I wonder. If this bill is not based on numbers, my honorable colleagues, how would we guarantee feasibility and sustainability? Four, generational inequality. This generation will be automatically enrolled in something that is less favorable compared to the previous generation by virtue of this bill. Ultimately, this current bill sends a chilling message to my generation and the students in the gallery today. And that message is our future and our service is worth less than those before us. Madam President, how can we claim progress when we institutionalize inequity and inequality? This is a serious concern. 5, my honorable colleague spoke about some of the mechanisms of the bill. Lack of transparency and anti-corruption mechanisms. Madam President, my colleagues, transparency is the foundation of trust. This bill, it mandates audits, but I ask you, how will the ordinary man have access to these reports? Worse yet, the fund's investment powers exposes it to potential mismanagement, corruption, and market volatility. What is in place for that? Are we creating a safety net for workers, or are we gambling with their futures? After all, it is their money. 6, Madam President, the investment fund. This bill investment framework is dangerously vague. What do I mean by that? It leaves the door wide open to mismanagement, and there are no explicit guidelines for investment. No clarity on who sets the key performance indicators for the board, and no protections to ensure that the funds are invested responsibly and with minimum risk. The obvious threat is, if this fund collapses under poor investment decisions, who bears the burden of the shortfall? Who bears the burden of the shortfall? Will it fall on the backs of taxpayers or the very workers contributing to the fund? Would we then be compelled to increase contributions? The bill needs to regulate accountability, clear investment guidelines, and a guarantee that the states will underwrite any losses to protect our workers' financial security and to hold those responsible accountable. Anything less than that is gambling with the livelihoods of our public officers. And let us not play dice with their futures. We don't play dice with our own futures. So we shouldn't do that to our public officers. Honorable colleagues, Madam President, pension reform and problem solving is necessary. And we do acknowledge that we need sustainability in this regard. But this is not what reform looks like. This, in my humble view, is unjustified haste. The problem is not what is being done, Madam President and my honorable colleagues, but rather how it is being done. This must be thoughtful, inclusive, just, and far-sighted. Let us collaborate. Let us consult widely and deliver reforms that honor the Constitution, that safeguard our workers, and secure a united future for generations to come. Hence, I once again appeal for the bill to be suspended for national consultation due to the number of legal and constitutional concerns that exist out there. We cannot proceed with the bill in this current state. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member, the Honourable Senator Mayana Charles, for her intervention. Thank you, Madam. Senator the Honourable Gloria Thomas. You have the floor, Madam. And while you take the floor, I also join in welcoming our trade union colleagues and the legal drafters. Forgive me for not mentioning you earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Senator Thomas, proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the bill and to give some further details and clarification on issues raised. Madam President, the concern about transparency and accountability was raised by my learned friend on the other side. Madam President, to ensure that the pension funds are properly and effectively managed, the Board of Trustees will be established, is hereby established, which shall be responsible for the management and administration of the fund. The board shall be a body corporate to which the provisions of Section 49 of the Interpretation and General Provision Act, Chapter 153, shall apply. All courts, judges, and persons acting judicially shall take judicial notice of the common seal of the board affixed to any document on notice and shall presume that it was duly affixed. So, Madam President, we don't have persons just on a board doing what they want. There are standards, there are procedures that must be followed. The board shall comprise of the following persons appointed as trustees by the Governor General, acting on the advice of the Minister. The permanent secretary with responsibility for public administration or his or her designee. The permanent secretary with responsibility for finance or his or her designate, who shall be ex officio members, and the following other persons will be part of the board. We will have an attorney at law who has been practicing at the bar for at least 10 years, an actuary or a person with actuary qualification or experience, one person who has demonstrated knowledge and experience in finance, one person who has at least 5 years of experience in human resource management, one person who has demonstrated knowledge and experience in investment, one person who after consultation with the trade unions representing public sector employees, and one person after consultation with statutory bodies. This, Madam President, will form a board of 9 persons with this broad-based skill set. We can be assured of an effective functioning board. A person appointed as a trustee pursuant to this section shall have, in addition to the duties specified under the Act, such duties and obligations of a trustee and be held accountable in accordance with the provision of the Trustee Act, Chapter 329. The names of the trustee at first constituted and every other change in the membership thereafter shall be published in the Gazette. So this is not something that happened undercover and government putting who they want to do what they want. A person shall not be eligible for appointment as a trustee in accordance with Section 11(4)(c) if the person is a member of Parliament. No conflict of interest, Madam President. If the person is not fit and proper, having regard to criteria specified in Section 4. A person shall not be appointed as a trustee under Section 11(4)(c) unless the person has forwarded to the Governor General a voluntary declaration that he or she is not ineligible for appointment. An appointment made in contravention of this section shall be void. So, Madam President, this board will be a board where you can have accountability and transparency. A person is fit and proper for the purpose of subsection 1 if the person has not been convicted of an offense involving fraud, dishonesty, or moral turpitude, or an offense under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2012, or an offense in any other jurisdiction that is similar to any such offense. The person has not been adjudged or otherwise declared bankrupt or insolvent, or having been adjudged or otherwise declared bankrupt or insolvent has been rehabilitated or discharged. A person is in compliance with all tax and all statutory requirements imposed on the person, and the person is, in the opinion of the minister, a person of sound mind and is also and able to exercise competence, diligence, and sound judgment in fulfilling his or her function as a trustee. The person possesses the knowledge, skill, and expertise necessary for the function required to carry out by the persons as a trustee, and the appointment of the person will not raise any issue of conflict of interest or undue influence. So, Madam President, details will be ensured so that persons who serve on the board are persons who are fit and will demonstrate for the nation high level of accountability. In the exercise of its power and the performance of its function under this Act, the board shall act impartially and fairly in the interests of members and shall have the power to do all such things as is considered necessary or expedient for the purpose of carrying out its function. Tenure of the appointment, a trustee appointment pursuant to Section 11(4)(c) shall be appointed for a period not exceeding 3 years, and the appointment shall be effected in such a manner that will ensure, as far as possible, the expiry in any 1 year of term of office and not more than 1/2 of the said trustees. Every trustee appointed under Section 11(4)(c) shall be eligible for appointment. Whenever a vacancy occurs in the membership of the board before the expiry of the term of office of a trustee, the Governor General shall be, on advice of the minister, appoint a new person similarly qualified to fill the vacant position for the remainder of the term. Madam President, any trustee appointed under Section 11(4)(c), other than the chairperson, may resign membership of the board by notice in writing thereof, addressed to the Governor General, and submitted to the chairperson, who shall transmit the notice to the Governor General. The chairperson may resign membership of the board by notice thereof in writing submitted to the Governor General. A resignation under this section shall take effect upon receipt by the Governor General of the notice thereof. And so, Madam President, this presentation here is to ensure the House that we are ensuring that we will ensure that the Board of Directors, the Board of Trustees will be persons who will be able to carry out their jobs, and the procedures and the standards set will be followed to avoid any sort of, well, to avoid lack of transparency and accountability. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Gloria Thomas, Senator, for her clarifications. I have one curiosity in this rather elaborate and detailed presentation of who's eligible and how persons on the board should function. And that curiosity is regards age, particularly in light of all these young people here. I wondered if in 12.4 and other parts I was looking to see if there's an age requirement to see if these young people who could aspire to being on the board. I know our learned friend is going to discuss many topics. Yes, Senator Claudette Joseph, and might speak on the question of age eligibility with attention to the young people. But that's more of a curiosity than an absolute question. I await discussions. Thank you again, Senator Gloria Thomas. The floor is open.
Okay, the decision.
Honorable
yeah, the
Roderick
decision on this
Sinclair.
side, yeah, I was sent. Could you imagine that?
May I say it's
Yeah.
not the first time.
Well, you know, in any cricket match, Madam President, you have to look and see how the game is going. And of course, you put your different batsmen to deal with the pitch at a different time. So that's my time. Thank you for having the confidence to send me ahead. So, thank you, Madam President. So as I rise here, Madam President, and members, to make my contribution to this bill in front of us, Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Bill 2024. I think that we need to wrap up into our minds exactly, and so I may have a lot of questions which I would look forward to get clarifications so that I can be clear at the end of this whole session. So I trust there are many members on both sides who may be able to answer those questions of doubts or questions of curiosity that I have in my mind. So the first thing is, why are we here? Why are we here, Madam President, to discuss this bill at this time? What is it supposed to do? What is its intention? And so my understanding, it's a bill to ensure that persons who, I would say, who are out of the system, who are not currently covered by what is referred to as this 1958 regulation, and of which the court would have made a judgment that persons before 1985 and forward, not forward and backward, would be entitled to a government pension as outlined in the Constitution for public officers, police, prison officers, and so on, and to be paid from the consolidated fund. That's the fund where all the monies of the government resides. We understand further that, of course, it's a non-contributory fund. I don't want to call it for a non-contributory pension and gratuity that are paid currently to these officers. We understand that if no money is going in from some other source, then where can the money come from? Does it come from taxes to pay these officers? Does it come from grants to pay these officers? Does it come from a project? Or some wise person may say, well, as the government would invest in different stocks and bonds, can it come out in that also? So the question arises, I don't want to call it a problem. The matter that this bill seems to be addressing is how do you get money to pay persons? Because if you're only taking out without putting in, then it will come to an end. That's the scary part. That I think is a scare. So the question you can ask, can the current system utilize its own monies smartly? Government is very powerful, very smart, has intelligent and high-skilled experts in its whole system of the public service and have access to all sort of global resources. Can it take its money, which it does, and put in different bonds and yield different interest rates and so on? Can it do that? Government does that for when they need monies to pay bills, pay the debt, and all those things like that. The next question I ask, Madam President, is pertaining to payment, because that's the issue, as far as I understand. The economy seems to be at its best in this time, based on reports. Well, based on reports. So if I'm doing good, spend my money and manage it. But if I have to cry die so early, then it begs the question, is it really true? Could you really manage it? And I say this, Madam President, because all governments say, and the public, and all over the world, they say governments can manage nothing, government can handle things properly. So, maybe, in this case, we understand that we want to set up a special board, trustees board, to manage this thing. So, we have what is referred to as the Board of Trustees. We'll address that in a while. So, this Board of Trustees, as the question will ask, the first thing you do is, if you want to manage resources properly, do you have anything now that you can use before you invest or go into other things? And do you have a vehicle? A vehicle in this case meaning, does government have other instruments? And I mentioned, for example, you can take your own monies and invest it. Because already existing within the system is a mechanism for handling pension and gratuity payment. The computer is set up, the software is there, persons are already employed in the system. Would persons be losing jobs because there would be less work to do? Because all of this pension and gratuity preparation would be assigned to some other infrastructure with this Board of Trustees. I don't know. Because they will have less work to do. Who would keep people on the job when there is less work to do? I don't understand that. At the same time, Madam President, members, if you're going to set up this fund, you'd have to get a building. Government already have problems getting buildings, renting all over the place. You have to get a building. You have to get workers. It's not just the board, and I think that there is a great deficiency, Madam President, in this bill, because there's a major component that is missing. You have the administrator, you have the Board of Trustees. But this administrator is not going to come to our office and sit down every day and answer the phone, prepares behind the computer, and do all of these things. This administrator is basically a CEO, a chief executive officer, who has to have staff. That is missing. We don't hear nothing about this. Very silent. Normally, the bills that come and speak about boards, speak about they would have management, and you would have staffing and so on. So this is a hidden cost that we are not hearing about. And so the question arises, and people will say, well, do you have a vehicle? And so government is already a vehicle. You have staff, you have computers, you have technology. Cost. If you do it separately, who is bearing that cost? I read in the bill, Madam President, that for the first 5 years, the Parliament will approve within the national budget a contribution yet to be determined. I'm waiting for that determined when we meet to see. It's just the administrator we have to pay and 2 trustees, so it may just be about $20,000 for the year, because it's just them. That costs. So it's also put on the table that where is our good NIS? Who has certain capacity already, skilled and capable? But you know, we're so smart, Madam President. We take out the whole section 47 from the NIS Act to make sure that the capability, legal capability, is not there. So we basically dismember NIS. We trim it, as we say in agriculture, we prune it, such that it cannot tamper or go anywhere. And you say, oh, no, this is good for, you know, the revolution intention, is to move it out. And so when my good friend, leader of government business, presented the sections that are repealed, not only in the NIS, he was very silent on the details of the repealing, because this is what is happening. If I'm standing here today, Madam President, or in my house, and someone come and they remove the door, they remove the roof, they remove 2 pillars, at the end of the day, I don't have a house in. I might be inside something. And so what we are seeing is a sort of surgical, strategic, and I trust that person's following, and when they get to the places like here, they understand the subtle ways in legislation to get around things. And there is nothing wrong in that. There's nothing wrong in that. But we all have to be up to the game. So I say this to say that stripping of the NIS is a significant issue, when we should be building NIS. Building it. Of course, in 2025, we will be building it. Because 2025, Madam President, when I check the record, we will be increasing to 13% overall contribution to our NIS scheme. I think it's 6% employee and employers pay 7%. And here we're hearing some other 3% and 6%. There's nothing wrong about that. You speak about it. So we should be strengthening NIS. In fact, we met here about a year ago and strengthened NIS. We strengthened it. Give it the capacity to even invest further. They would have special investors and investment portfolio managers. In a small country like Grenada, where we know our technocrats are very limited. I mean, and we all know that. They go in the Ministry of Health, they go in the Ministry of Agriculture, they go in many of the ministries. We are lacking a lot of technical persons. And so we either have to get the World Bank or somebody to lend us somebody for 2 weeks and 2 months to help get things done. But the good thing about it, Madam President, we are resilient people, and we are smart people, and we know what to do when the time is right. So let us see what is the way forward. the NIS already have the capacity. Would we be partnering, or would these new trustees be loaning capacities from the NIS? Would that be that collaboration? And then if you start in that way, then is it necessary to say that the NIS provides all the administrative and all the sort of support that is needed to this fund, and the Board of Trustees act as a Board of Trustees, while the administrator basically act as a sub-department or division of the NIS? Anybody that study management studies, business management, reorganizing and reengineering would tell you. The World Bank, the IMF will tell you that. Because we already need to have maximizing the use of our resources. What benefit would that separate body brings to us? Well, one may say, well, it's reducing risk. So you put a set of money in a different place. I don't think that is the matter, because could you imagine that NIS, which is supposed to be smart, we empower them, along with this contribution from this pension, is taken together and able to use them as a power broker to negotiate better rates of interest and better investments? Where is this idea of coming together, combining, being stronger than separate? But a wise man would say to us, Madam President, so then why government don't subcontract NIS to invest the money if they don't know how to invest the money? Because they know how to do it. And this is our future. NIS is maybe a more guarantee system than even your NIS, because you put in money in there and they know what they're doing. We put the confidence in them. You're creating a new bin that have no track record, for which you'll be putting millions and millions of dollars. Government, notwithstanding, they may have a little issue, have a certain confidence. We see what happened with a lot of the statutory bodies and boards. Here we take in all the people money and put it in a place under some management. And let's talk about that, Madam President. My good friend on the other side went at length and speak about the board composition and the trustees composition. It's good. Yes.
Yes, sorry, Madam President, and apologies to the Senator. I just wanted some clarification. Each member has how many minutes?
On the debate of bills, there is no time limit, only the debate of the budget you have time.
Continue, Senator. Thank you.
You see, Madam President, 52 pages, 4 or 5 days ago, no national consultation. But we had a speaker, and you get scared if we had consultation. So anyways, I wouldn't take the whole day. We would all have lunch on time, Madam President. This is why they sent me. So, well, don't worry, yeah. So coming back to the issue of the trustees, it's important, very important. And having myself been a trustee on a pension fund in one of the statutory bodies, I understand very much the obligation, the commitment, and the responsibility that goes with this. I understand fully well the role of GAFIN in the way that they act, and I commend them highly. In fact, there was one officer there, Mr. Edwards, I think he's retired now, very good help, assisting, and so on. So, I come from not speaking without knowledge and understanding of this thing, right? I understand to a fair extent. But I want to offer this trustees' business. I was happy to see the union because members have to be there. There is some interest, Madam President, based on the scope of this, the serious implications and fallouts of this, potential fallouts, that our good friends of the ECCB should be somewhere sitting in this space of trustees. We trust them in the frock. Why are we afraid to put them in? We have them in the frock. They know about the world. They know about money management. They sit in a space where they see everything that is going on within the OECS Security Exchange. In fact, and it's a fair statement, not only in this, even when we agree that statutory bodies can do investment, that the OECS, securities, bond, and so on, government, it's a very secure area because it's normally supported by governments, would be buying bonds and so on. The interest is very low. So don't expect no overnight interest rates coming to the fund, but it's secure, and you have to secure personal stuff. And so the ECCB, it is believed, should have some presence on this. So when we're speaking about transparency, and we're speaking about no fraud, ECCB is the highest body of the monetary union. Let's bring them in, have them sit at the table, and become a member of this trustees board, Madam President. It's something that should be looked at deeply. You may have to forego one of the other options so that the board is not too big, but that is a matter that needs serious consideration. Madam President, as I move forward on this bill discussion, the people. So we speak about the purpose of the fund, whether it makes sense or not, how best it could be structured and fitted. We speak about who is there managing the fund. I spoke extensively about the administrator and the sort of support that he needs and the amount of money they would need to run this thing. The question then asked, where will the money come from? We agree that the bill speaks of the central fund would give monies for the first 5 years and then they will review. But what happens after that? Will we come another 5 years again and have another review? And then you say, well, they should give NIS the thing. Some wise folks beyond us, if we're not here, may realize that best NIS, because, Madam President, how this is set up, and this is another important point, and we have to be careful. And maybe I'm not a liar. But is there any way in this bill, and I wait the answer at some time, that this pension fund can be transferred, absorbed, redefined at some later stage? In fact, it speaks about, I think in 5 years or 3 years, somewhere at the back, there could be a review of this whole bill. But in speaking specifically, could it be absorbed in NIS? Is there a accommodation? No, the part of the NIS that was removed would have facilitated something like that. I stand corrected. So now you don't have no chance to even hook it back. But I will speak about that in end. So that amount of monies that would be needed would have to come from the fund at some stage. At some stage, Madam President, government going to give, which we all have to agree, the child, until the child get big. Child, go on your own. At that stage, when the child will be on his own, the transition might be, okay, if your budget is 100,000, government will give you 50%, and over the next 10 years, it will reduce its contribution to you because you should grow up. But hear this. Now, this is people's money. They're actually contributing. Someone will say, well, so you didn't know all the time government money, tax money, you should have been worried about that. You should have been concerned about that too. Well, the thing about it, Madam President, the Constitution caters for that. And is you managing your business? If you don't manage it right, that's your business. But no, that I put in my stake here, I have a vested interest now, stake in the game, which is good. I want to make sure that this is done properly. But to get good things, they say it doesn't come free. So, out of this percentage, we're talking about 3%, and it's $90. So this $90 a month minimum, I think that is for a $1,200 salary contribution. Maybe 1% or 2%, maybe $10 out of this $90 has to go to pay the administrator, the trustees, to do all the actuary report, to pay for the rent, to pay for the light and water and gas. In fact, we know things going up every day. So if things going up every day, Madam President, what will happen to this schedule of 3% and 6% that employers would be paying, employees will be contributing now, and employers will be contributing? What has happened to our NS contribution over the last 20 years? It has increased. So what may look nice now, we may learn in the next 10 years that you have to pay more. Because why? Many reasons. One, the guy needs more salary, trustees need more money, the rent goes up, electricity goes up, cost of things generally go up. But this fund is not a piggy bank. Not that you take it out, but when you put it in this little box, if you rest it there as a piggy bank, it grows no interest. There is nothing. So, wisely, as I said earlier on, so let's invest the money so we could make more money. But we have seen what happened to Clico, what happened to Baiko, what happens to many places. Even the banks, the interest rates on your savings and so on is little or nothing now. So, by what amount will this amount of money be growing in interest such that it can service all these costs? One. But two, increase the amount of money I will get at the end of the day in my pension. Because how pension thing work, brothers and sisters, comrades, as my good friend Andrew will say, members. There's an expectation that there will be a little bit more when I get back than what I put in. Because it's supposed to be in. And the bill addressed it wisely. But if it's not invested properly, Madam President, 20 years is a lot of years in the financial space. We have had a history in Grenada, in the Caribbean. Clico, Baiko, etc. A lot of people lose savings. Some people, they lose their whole retirement, which is almost like a pension plan. So, of course, the bill speaks about not overexposing money. And this we understand and we agree. But the question arises, I've been in a pension plan myself. There are good days and there are bad days. Some years you don't get no interest. Some years you get a little bit less interest. So there need to be a mechanism somewhere in this bill, and maybe that may come in regulations, I don't know, as to how this whole issue of the return on investment would be distributed to the different beneficiary accounts. Because how I understand it, if all of us inside are members contributing, you invest the money. At the end of the year, the actual report is provided. We look at the profit and loss and we decide, okay, based on that, then we can allocate, if it's 50% of the profits, and top up all the different accounts. But on the bad days, Madam President, the same money that we take and make work, sometimes you don't even end up, you sometimes end up with less than what you put in. What happens? How is that treated? And that's why I'm saying that we need to look at this thing in proper. None of us inside here are the specialists of these things, but we need to give it pure cognizance, because persons must not sign on to something blindly. And speaking about signing on, Madam President, to something blindly, this is not signing on blindly, you know, because within 1 year of this quote-unquote rushed finish bill, you automatically goes over into this. You can't even resist signing unless, I don't know how you mean, because you can say, well, let me think about this thing. Let me consult my lawyers to verify if this component of the terms of employment is in any way infringing on any rights of me. Am I in a worse position than how I was originally? These are decisions that workers and the members and the union representation will contemplate within these 12 months. Because not because you sign up for a job and you want a job. There are persons who leave job because conditions change, situation is different. So, Madam President, I then look at it in terms of eligibility. Who are they? I understand very well the issue of if you're 15 years and 50 years old and it's going to take you close to fit in within the current existing framework of pension. So that's understandable. What I don't understand, Madam President, I see a lot of things I don't understand, so I'm looking for some clarity down the road. There's a lot of discussion about persons on contract. Persons on contract who are not getting gratuity. I say I have to call my good friend Senator Luis to get some details because he may have that. In terms of how much workers within the public service, police, etc., that are on contract but are not getting gratuity. And this is significant, Madam President, because the economists and all the different, those type of statisticians will tell you, in this type of business with pension and gratuity, it's like if you're in a susu too. If you have 5 persons in a susu, it ain't making sense, you know. If you have 100 people, everybody want to be in the susu because the pool is bigger, the risk is less, the benefits are better, negotiation power. So I am concerned that based on the size of the public service, and we know it's been dwindling, a lot of persons have been leaving, retiring, and not been replaced. And how much of these workers do we have that are contracted, that would be eligible, but they're not receiving a gratuity? Because if they are receiving a gratuity, is my understanding, they're not eligible, unless they may forego and maybe do some voluntary contribution. And I don't even think that they can even voluntarily join, which again it may sound discriminatory in that if I'm in the system, I mean, and I'm willing to do some voluntary contribution, I should be able to give an opportunity to invest too. And you should like that because it helps to increase the pool. Unless, of course, maybe we don't show how long it would be. And then this contract business, Madam President, is not a lifetime. It's for a period. So if we're speaking about you have to be in a fund for 2 years before you could even start reaping benefit, and I have a 1-year contract, I'm not a fool. I don't think you want me wrong. Because I don't know if after this year you would renew my contract, and you yourself don't even want to take this money because then you're creating a liability to the fund. And then how do you give this person back this money after 1 year? They will take you to court. And then they will say, oh, you didn't really find prints. So these are the little tips that, yes, people want glory days. But inside the glory days, Madam President, there are a lot of maze. A lot of maze. So we need to clarify these things for persons who are in the contract, the gratuity issue, and this time frame. So maybe you need to have them 5-year contract or 10-year contract with review, of course, for performance, so that your fund can be more reliable. Otherwise, your investment managers would question the cash flow coming in and how we going to do that whole projection, and the actuary go say, you ain't working. But you already have the plan at risk. So that is a major concern. Madam President, as we move forward and we look at, so I think we speak about the fund, we speak about the trustees. I don't worry about revocation of appointment and so on. And I hear my good friend, leader of government business, speak about every Monday morning somebody resigning, so you have to have cater for something. We want serious people. We don't want person to be resigning from things. We find solid people because, Madam President, if trustees keep changing every Monday morning, Gaffin would get concerned, or not even people. Gaffin would raise a flag and say, well, something not right here. I don't think he meant it literally, though. Yeah. But you see, you have to be careful what you say. Yeah. Remuneration. All right. So, Madam President, I'm going. The issue, there's a concern on the beneficiary. Let me check my notes just 1 sec, Madam President. There's an issue on the beneficiary. Right, so I think we spoke about that in terms of if there is a loss on the investment, how we treat with that, whether the members' account would be so affected. And of course, the issue of having yearly statements of your accounts, this is standard operation in any pension scheme. So that is standard. The Minister of Finance, etc., all that is okay. We could speak a little bit on contributions. We spoke of that, and of course the normal issues, the matters of voluntary contributions and so on. These are standard procedure, and it's good that persons can make that contribution. I think also there's a part where you could get back, I think, some $2,000, like if you want to borrow from the fund yourself. I think this is also a good thing, you know. Sometimes you have a little bank loan you want to take and you need a top-up and so on. So all this is not bad. The employer, of course, has the obligation, just like NIS and all those other things. So now, administrator, all right. I want to start looking at the issue of benefits, Madam President, and beneficiaries and so on, because this is very important. I don't have the full details as to how it happens now, and members would help me. If you're a pensioner and you die, I think the pension, everything goes one time. I think that happens. So you receive X amount of money up front as a gratuity, and I keep getting a monthly pension, but you die somewhere in between. I don't know if the rest of the money is that, based on the original calculation, that you should have gotten, if that is then given to your beneficiary. So I'm not too sure if that is happening, but it's good to see the layout of how this is done. It's standard practice, so that is not a problem. But I have some concerns about, okay, there is early retirement, late retirement, and I understand all of those things because the fund has to be safeguarded. Otherwise, you have a run on the fund, everybody try to leave, and it creates a problem. So that is standard. But I have a serious concern, Madam President. And I want us to go to page 38 because I think this is very important. Page 38 of the bill, 38, where it speaks about retirement by reasons of infirmity of body or mind. My interpretation of this, Madam President, is that, sometimes someone gets sick, infirmity, maybe they may have some mental challenges, maybe they're just stressed, whatever it is, but that medical disability situation. I found it very strange that when you look at what the fund will do for that person, it is grossly inadequate, disingenuous, and I want to use a last word, that may be harsh, lack of conscience. When I look at what the other persons who would depart the fund would get. So, for example, someone who is dismissed, for example, or resigned. For example, let's think about someone who, let's say page 40, dismissal prior to attainment of retirement age. If a member is dismissed by his or her employer prior to attaining retirement age, a member shall be entitled to a lump sum payment of up to 50% of the amount contained in a combined amount between member and between the member's amount and the past service. Well, I think that was explained for past service when you come over into the thing. So, but the point is, whatever contribution is 50%, you'll be getting there. When we look at retirement for reason of infirmity or body of mind, it speaks about a member who is incapable of continuing his or her employment by reason of some infirmity of mind or body, shall, pursuant to the provisions of the relevant enactment related to the member and the certification of the board, be eligible to retire and be entitled to a lump sum of up to 100% of the combined amount. Okay? So that is the 100%. Okay? But remember, there is the employer contribution part that is not referred to here. So if I go back to page 40, item 2, 56.2, it says the amount of the employer contribution account and the remaining amounts of the member contribution account on past service, if any, shall be available to the member in the same manner as specified in section 52. And basic 50 subsection 2, essentially, that is saying that if you have less than $24,000 in the remaining amount, you can also get that, right? Rather than say, okay, $24,000, the fund say, if that is remaining, you can go with it. If it's 70,000, then no, that would affect the fund greatly. So when you go back to page 39 now, it says the remaining amount shall be paid to the member in accordance to 52 and 3. 52 and 3. To me, and that might be a matter of interpretation, I would say that this member, he didn't say when they will get it. That's the other point, right? Because if you look at 52 and 3, right? 52 and 3. 52, subsection 2 on page 37, says the remaining amount shall be paid to a member in monthly or quarterly installments or withdrawals over a minimum period of 4 years, or a monthly annuity for a life purchase from a life insurance company selected by a member. 3 says an annuity under subsection 2B may include a provision for benefits to be payable to beneficiaries upon the death of a member. Of course, a member may wish, because maybe they could afford, but to me, someone who is sick in this sort of state, they should get all the money one time. They have medical bills, they have things to sort out, and I think that we should not subject these persons who may not even be in a position to even defend themselves. They might be in a hospital bed. They cannot even defend themselves. Some agent may have to be advancing for them. I say, what happened to them? Why didn't you know that before? I believe, Madam President, that this section, and I don't know, there might be something in sustainable development goals about how you treat with these things, but I believe that these persons should be allowed all the funds because of the situation. Persons who are dismissed getting the same monthly, quarterly, just like them. Persons who are dismissed. When you dismiss something because they do something wrong on the work. Here, this is someone who gets ill because of some factor. And I beg the other side, the government side, to relook this thing deeply, because I know my good friend in social services, maybe she didn't see that part. And I know she would greatly ask her members, let's look at this thing. All right? That was a major concern. And as there is in terms of the repealing, because that's sort of where I'm heading now. The regulations, we don't know what they will be because we have to wait for them to show up. But I express the concern with the global way that this repealing of these sections were taking place. And housed inside this bill, the good thing about it, the fact that it's housed here is not lost. It's not a repealing, it's more to me a transfer, a place of abode in the meantime. Because, as I said in the beginning, Madam President, if you remove the door, you remove the step, you remove the roof, at the end of the day, the Pension Act of 1958, while it still exists, for those who are, it is covered within that 1985-83 period, is okay. It exists for them. And so if we repeal all of these bits and pieces, my question is, how does that in any way affect this existing group of workers who it covers? Because there are certain things that are pulled out, and I'm sure that we may have to come back here only in the first quarter and make some amendment to these for which we are repealing, sections we are repealing in those acts. I'm certain. I want to close, Madam President, with a statement. You know, it's funny when you're doing research. It was Boxing Day, my dear friend, leader of government business, so I was just boxing, right? So, as usual. And I want to close. It's funny how things happen. I discover through some research. It's referred to as Alistair Hughes, we know him, renowned journalist. The Grenada newsletter, and I know our dear attorney general is a historian and she might even know about that. The Grenada newsletter, week ending 11/10/1975. There's a whole debate, interestingly, about the nutmeg industry and nutmeg industry act and a whole sort of calamity, you know. But what is important there in the debate? In fact, in that debate, Mr. Blaise, former Prime Minister, he actually walked out of the chamber. A lot of persons walked out of the chamber that day. But it's not about walking out from the chamber. But what was said, and I want us to bear this in mind, bear in the context of this debate. The article spoke of RCP Moore, who was a speaker then, 1973, thereabout, under the Gary era. And so the students in the house should sort of go back maybe and look at that history. He says that RCP Moore normally makes this statement. He said, this was what, he said, it is a good example of what Speaker of the House, RCP Moore, had said some time ago. That's basically part of the page 2. He said, this was what the House had the power to make legal things illegal, to make illegal things legal, and to overthrow decisions of the court. I thought this was sort of interesting that I saw this yesterday was out boxing. And I want us to bear that statement in mind. He said this was that the House had the power, and in our House here, the Senate, to make legal things illegal, to make illegal things legal, and to overthrow decisions of the court. We said the law.
This is Real FM. The time is 15 minutes before 12 noon. Stay tuned. Our Luncheon News is next.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I trust, as the President of the Senate, that this House never ever, certainly under my watch, will make legal things illegal in Grenada. So you can make your reference to the journalists opining, but I make a strong statement that never ever will this House make legal things illegal in Grenada. And I think I speak on behalf of the entire Senate.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your intervention, Senator St. Clair. Well, this is why I never use the phrase House when it comes to Senate. I refrain. Thank you. Honorable Senators, it is 1:45 hour, thereabouts. I count that we have 6 more speakers. It is your wish to continue? It is your wish to continue. In which case, let us take then just a stretch, our customary 2 to 4 minute stretch. I will exit the chamber for my stretch.
Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all be forgot on days of old lang syne.
Happy New Year!
Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? In days of old lang syne, my love, in days of old lang syne, should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne?
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Welcome to the luncheon edition of news as produced by Triple N for today, Friday, 27 December 2024. The luncheon edition comes to you through the auspices of Flow. Coming up in the headlines locally, top male performer awarded by CXC. In the region in Guyana, U.S. Exim Bank approves $526 million for Guyana's gas-to-energy project. Internationally, Syrian rebels intensify security in Damascus. And in sports, Antigua and Barbuda's women's football team are champions of the Women's Leeward Islands Challenge Series. I'll have the details for you when I return.
You are listening to Lunchtime News from the Triple N Desk. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment after this.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
Northern News Network. First in news, reviews, and interviews.
Welcome back. With the details, I am Kira Gonpot. Top male performer in math and English in the region in 2024 was awarded to another young Grenadian, Yeshua Douglas, a past student of the Presentation Brothers College by the Caribbean Examination Council, CXC. The former student of the Presentation Brothers College said he has a great support system and that helps him manage his time properly since he is an athlete also.
I'm an athlete too, so having to manage the time properly, because sometimes you have to wake up in the morning, go to training, then go to school. So most of the time after school, I just allot certain time frames to study different subjects every day. Yeah. Stress is a big factor because having to manage everything, it takes a lot. But I thank God that I'm blessed with such a great support system from my father, my coach, well, my parents, coach, friends, family, everybody. They kind of pitch in and help push me in the right direction and keep me focused and disciplined.
Yeshua is ambitious and is looking to continue his journey in athletics with dreams of taking part in the 2028 Olympics. He also encourages students to trust in God.
Well, I'm going to continue studying, but I'm also going to continue with the athletics. That's something I'm very passionate about, and I plan to go further down that road. Yeah. Olympics 2028, I'll be there. A big advice that I would give to them is, I know that most of them would have a lot of problems, struggles, challenges. Trust God. Trust His plan, because I've had a lot of struggles before where things weren't going to plan or what I thought was the plan, but God works everything out for us and for His glory in the end, so trust God.
His father, Jason Douglas, said his son has always been disciplined and self-motivated. His journey started with a strong foundation from birth.
Well, the truth is, it's not myself alone, because his mom also plays a very critical role, because I believe that Yeshua is today didn't start with just the past 5 years when he was at PBC. The foundation is from birth, and his mom played a very critical role in keeping structure. We always say children need structure, and I think that discipline that he developed from since you were small. So as a child, we never really had to usually run behind your shot to study. He was very self-motivated, very disciplined, always had his schedule. You see him with his calendar, and he's marking off, and he has assignments, and he has this to hand up next, and everything scheduled, well disciplined, and he brought that into the training, and so that's his life, and so we're happy for him.
The Hartman Group, a prominent business in Grenada, is dedicated to supporting charitable causes and giving back to the community. As part of their corporate social responsibility efforts, they make end-of-year donations to various charities each year. This marks the 5th consecutive year carrying on their annual tradition of donating Christmas hampers to 3 local institutions: the Bel Air Home for Children and Adolescents and the Spice Residential Care Facility for the elderly. These hampers are intended to bring holiday cheer to children and elderly residents of these homes, many of whom require companionship and support. For the first time, they are collaborating with the Ministry of Social Development to contribute to the Cedars Home, which aims to improve the lives of women who are victims of domestic violence in Grenada. They believe that investing in the well-being of these individuals is critical to fostering strong families and enhancing the overall welfare of our communities. The Hartman Group are committed to working closely with these institutions to provide vital caregiving tools for the elderly and children, which will have positive social impacts on their lives. They believe the business holds a profound responsibility to positive impact and uplift the vibrant Grenadian community through meaningful social and economic contributions. The Hartman Group is proud to continue their tradition of giving back to the community and supporting charitable causes. Through their corporate social responsibility initiatives, they are confident that they can make meaningful difference in the life of those around us. This concludes the local segment of the news as produced by Triple N. Sports is up next with Maxine and Twine.
First, fast, and factual. You are totally covered by Triple N.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction.
Call us today on 442-4645.
Classic Furniture. Good day, sporting fans. I am your presenter, Maxine and Twine. We start off in the region in football. Antigua and Barbuda's women's football team, or the Bena Girls, as they are often called, are the champions of the Women's Leeward Island Challenge Series after claiming a penalty shootout victory over hosts Anguilla after playing to a 1-1 stalemate at the Raymond E.G. Gushard Technical Center. The Antiguans opened the scoring just 15 minutes into the contest, informed Gabriela de Souza. The strike looked to be enough until Colin Johnson equalized for Antigua 9 minutes from full time. With no team being able to score the decisive goal in regular time, a penalty shootout was necessary to decide a champion. The visitors showed exceptional composure with Jade Benjamin, De Souza, Zolique Samuel, and Virginia Simon all successfully converting their penalties. In contrast, Anguilla struggled from the spot, with only Adia Linton managing to score from their 4 attempts. At the tournament's conclusion, De Souza was awarded the Most Valuable Player and Most Goals award, while fellow teammate Captain Anik Jarvis and Jada Benjamin won the Best Goalkeeper and Defender awards respectively. On the international scene in basketball, the Portland Trail Blazers' Scout Henderson scored the game-winning basket with 0.1 seconds remaining in one of 4 last gasps finishes in the NBA on Thursday. Henderson's step-back jumper gave the Trail Blazers 2 points and sealed a 122-120 win against the Utah Jazz. In Miami, Tyler Herro sanked a 15-footer with 0.5 seconds to go to complete a 89-88 for the Miami Heat against state rivals the Orlando Magic. There might have been time for Orlando to have the last shot, but Jalen Snugg's long three-point attempt rimmed out and was ruled to have come after the buzzer. The most unlikely win came for the Detroit Pistons as Jaden Ivey scored a three-pointer while being fouled with 3.1 seconds on the clock and sank the subsequent free throw to complete a 114-113 win against the Sacramento Kings. The Pistons had trailed by 10 points inside the final 3 minutes. And in Washington, Jordan Poole's three-pointer with 8.7 seconds left helped the Washington Wizards beat the Charlotte Hornets. Washington trailed by 21 points in the first half and remained bottom of the Eastern Conference despite a 5th win of the season. That's the sports for you. I am your presenter Maxine Antoine, thanking you for joining us.
Thank you, Maxine.
After this commercial break, international news will be next on this station.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
On the international scene, Syrian insurgents intensified their security measures in Damascus after clashes between those who are now in power and supporters of Bashar Assad. More in this report.
Convoys of armed insurgents were deployed at the entrances of Damascus city. Clashes between Islamists who took over Syria and supporters of ousted President Assad's government killed 6 Islamic fighters on Wednesday and wounded others, according to a British-based war monitor. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said the fighters were killed while trying to arrest a former official in Assad's government, accused of issuing execution orders and arbitrary rulings against thousands of prisoners. The fighters were from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which led the offensive that toppled Assad earlier this month. Syria's transition has been surprisingly smooth, but it's only been a few weeks since Assad fled the country and his administration and forces melted away.
Staying in touch with what happens in the region means you're staying with Triple N. Congratulations on making the perfect choice.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Seasons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Seasons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression. Color by Seasons.
Seasons. Express your style with color by Seasons.
Welcome back to Regional Developments in Guyana. The Board of Directors at the Export-Import Bank of the United States, EXIM, approved more than $526 million to the Ministry of Finance of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to support a gas-to-energy project. The $500 million financing approval will support the construction of a state-of-the-art natural gas separation plant, a 300 megawatts combined cycle gas turbine, power plant, and services related to gas supply pipeline located at Wales West Bank, Damara. This project will allow Guyana to transition to more reliable and cleaner energy for consumers and businesses by using natural gas to generate electricity. The project will also enable Guyana to strengthen its energy security by doubling the country's installed electric capacity and unlocking economic growth potential for local Guyanese companies of all sizes. The United United States Embassy is proud of this historic project and partnership. The financing will support a U.S. joint venture involving Lindsay, a Texas-based company, and Puerto Rican small businesses, CH4 Systems, and services provided by ExxonMobil. This work is being conducted by U.S. and Guyanese companies. This wraps up the luncheon edition of News as produced by Triple N for today, Friday, December 27, 2024. The luncheon edition came to you through the auspices of Flow.
Here's a fun fact. In just 29 seconds, you can say goodbye to paper bills forever. Seriously, in 29 seconds. That's less time than this ad. Head over to discoverflow.co or visit us in-store and update your contact information now. By October 1st, your bills will be digital, easy to access, secure, and hassle-free. So what are you waiting for? This ad still has 2 seconds left, and you could have already gone paperless.
Let's recap the headlines locally. Top male performer awarded by CXC. In the region, in Guyana, U.S. Exim Bank approves $526 million for Guyana's gas-to-energy project. Internationally, Syrian rebels intensify security in Damascus. And in sports, Antigua and Barbuda's women's football team are champions of the Women's Leeward Islands Challenge Series. I am your presenter, Kira Gunpot, thanking you for joining us.
I've heard many talks about consultation.
Triple N News.
Madam President, it shows who makes up in that board of directors, the board of trustees, and you would see it